Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There's a thing about Broadway. It mixes well with the sunlight. On a noonday of summertime, the concrete strikes silver glints, and the mob is nicely proportioned with silken ankles and dachshunds and wind-blown hairdos. And an organ grinder plays background music for the big grin and the clown's funny nose. At headquarters, I stood watching it, pushing away the time for the filling out of my routine reports. The diversions were down there in the streets, the girl and the yellow silk dress she wore, both knowing about summer and loving the feel of it. Then I heard two things. A sigh that came from me, and a phone ringing that came from the phone. Danny Clover speaking.
Did you do what I told you?
Who is this?
Did you do it, Mr. Clover?
I don't understand. Who am I talking to?
I wrote you a letter about Stephen Courtney.
But Stephen Courtney's dead.
Yes, I know he's dead. What's the matter with you? Everybody knows he's dead.
What's your interest in Courtney? Who are you?
Can't you see it doesn't matter who I am? Can't you understand? Stephen Courtney...
Hello. Hello. Hello.
He was murdered.
It started that way. The anonymous call, impossible to trace. The sifting through the dust of a man's death. Stephen Courtney's dying had for a moment upset the delicate balance of many worlds. Of finance, of corporate bodies, of dynasties in oil and steel, and the breeding of racing horses. The decay that for months had wasted his body had forced him finally down to the level of all old men who must die. The headlines wept, the commentators lamented. The memos came down from chairmen of boards. There'd be a minute of silence for the death of Stephen Courtney. But now it was spoiled. Now a voice cried murder, and a policeman must listen. In the Records Bureau, I found Stephen Courtney's death certificate. Cause of death, heart failure. Date of death, June 16th. Attending physician, Dr. Arthur Fulbright. In his office, Dr. Fulbright was poised, curious, and annoyed.
Permit me to understand. You're questioning my diagnosis of the cause of Steve Courtney's death.
We can put it that way if you want.
On what do you base this sudden presumption?
You have a right to know. On a phone call.
From whom? Another doctor? Some quack who wants to destroy my reputation? Chooses to degrade me by having me questioned by the police?
It came from a woman.
Who?
She didn't say. All she said was Stephen Courtney was murdered.
That's preposterous. Steve Courtney died last week as I had expected him to die, of a coronary disorder. You knew he would die of it, as I knew it, his family, his servants, his enterprises.
But you'll fill me in, huh, Doctor, because I wasn't that privileged.
The newspapers had it for months. How old Steve was bedridden. How he had chosen me as intimate friend to be his attending physician. How I kept him by sheer know-how from death's door.
Still, he died.
There are things in heaven and earth.
Yeah. Tell me about his dying.
Normal. I had a call from his estate on Long Island. I canceled all other calls, went out there. Found old Steve lying sprawled on the floor, dead. Peacefully dead.
You said he was bedridden. Why was he...
Why was he on the floor? I confess the question occurred to me at the time, but then I rejected it. Like everything else, old Steve chose his own way of dying.
Describe it to me exactly, how you found him.
I have. He was sprawled in the middle of the room. He had knocked over a radio on a... That's strange.
What is?
The radio. I'd left explicit instructions. Nothing of the sort was to be in the room with him. Too exciting? Well, what do you know? Old Steve defied me.
Yeah, I guess he did at that. Sometimes it slips out of our hands, doesn't it, Doctor? It took about an hour to drive to Long Island and the estate of Stephen Courtney, and enough time driving through the estate to make an observation. The grass is always greener in a rich man's backyard, and plants that are only supposed to grow in the tropics will blossom on Long Island as long as they're nurtured by thumbs turned green by association with money. The plenipotentiary of the hibiscus beds told me he didn't know whether there was anyone in the house or not. But try at the track, he said. Yeah, the racetrack, way down there. Miss Lilla would probably be there. She always was. Then some more of the tour to the private track of the late Stephen Courtney. When I got there, the decor was still intact. A golden girl riding a black racing stallion, and a man leaning over the rails holding a stopwatch.
He did fine, Miss Lilla, just fine.
Whoa, Sun Prince. Steady, boy. Steady, that's the boy. How did he do, Joseph?
101 and 2/5 for the 5 furlongs. I'll help you down, Miss Lilla.
All right. Who's your friend?
Huh?
Your friend.
I didn't notice any. Hey, what are you doing here, mister?
My name's Danny Clover.
I didn't ask
Hi,
you that.
Danny. Cool off, Sun Prince, Freddie. What can we do for you, Danny?
I'm from the police.
Fine. I'm Lilla Courtney. This is Joseph O'Donoghue, our trainer.
How do, Mr. O'Donoghue?
What's the police want with Miss Lilla?
Joseph takes care of me.
I see he does.
The old man said I should. The old man said that, Miss Lilla.
Joseph?
That day he died. The next morning from that, his voice said to me, Joseph, you see that Miss Lilla is all right.
When did my father tell you that?
The morning after he died. Your daddy still talks to me, the way he always did.
I'm glad. Things like that happen to Joseph, Mr. Clover. Once, well...
No, tell me about it.
I once chartered a plane to take some people down to Baltimore last year's Preakness. Joseph said, don't go. A voice came to him while he was sleeping and said, tell Miss Lilla not to go. But I went. The plane crashed. I was the only one who came out of it alive. Even at that... Well, here, feel my knee, Danny.
Well,
Go ahead, you'll see. The doctor said I'd be a cripple for life.
Dr. Fulbright?
Oh, you know him?
We just met.
Don't go back to him, Danny. I think he's incompetent.
But he diagnosed your father's sickness as heart disease.
I know. Oh, I suppose I'm being malicious. Of course, Daddy had trouble with his heart. Of course, Dr. Fulbright is competent.
What about the radio in your father's room?
What did you say, Danny?
The radio. Your father wasn't supposed to have a radio in his room. He did on the day he died.
He did? Now, I don't understand either. Why are you here? Why is a policeman asking me questions about Daddy?
Call it routine.
Don't talk to him, Miss Lilla.
Joseph.
I got a feeling about it. I say don't talk to him.
Danny, I'm sorry. I've got to go now.
There's some questions, Miss
You'd better talk to my brother. He's around someplace. Try the house. I just can't talk to you, Danny.
You admire our graveyard of dead animals?
Oh, yeah, quite a trophy room.
Yes, that stuffed specimen you're looking at, Bengal tiger.
Huh?
Many brave souls lie asleep in the deep Hindu jungle, all because old Steve wanted to bring home a pussycat.
Old Steve, your father?
My father. Brandy?
No. Then you're Burl.
Yep. Mother and I got along fine. But old Steve said the boy is hard to handle, so he called me Burl. He thought that would make Mother angry, but Mother fooled him. She died a long time ago. First of the day, it says here.
You know who I am, why I'm here?
No, the domestic staff is agog with it.
A woman called me. Said your father was murdered.
It's a free country. They have the vote. They can say people were murdered, even my father. Maybe it proves something.
Like what?
That the old man was human enough to die when someone killed him. I didn't know that about him. I thought he always picked his own time and place for everything.
Then you think he died because he was ready to die?
What does it matter? He's dead and I'm rich. We're all rich.
It'll be easier if you try to stay sober.
Sober. When was that? All right, I'll stay sober.
You said you're all rich. Who?
Lilla. I watched you from a window. An exciting thing, Lilla, wouldn't you say?
Lilla. Who else?
Yeah, you wouldn't say. Well, there's O'Donoghue. He got a big hunk. And the cook and the maids and the nurse. And a man in Iowa who shined my father's shoes once.
The nurse. Who was she?
Alice Barnett. Nursed the old man for years. It paid off.
Where is she?
Who knows? Old Steve dies. Nursey goes somewhere to cry. Leaves this nice, big, cozy mausoleum. No Nursey anywhere.
She lived here.
Mm-hmm. Bed and board and street dresses. Who cares?
We do. I'll phone headquarters to find her.
Good hunting.
Donahue, the trainer, he told me your father talks to him even now.
My father. Joseph hears voices all the time. About a month ago, he had a three-way conversation with Orville and Wilbur Wright.
There was a radio in your father's room when he died. How did it get there?
You know, I wouldn't know.
But he was dying. Surely you...
I was a most unfilial son. Look, why don't you ask Nursey when you find her? See, she knew about things like that. Yeah, you just ask Nursey. I earned this, no?
Welcome back to the doldrums, Danny.
Huh?
I was just leaving headquarters for the day. I thought it would be nice of me to welcome you back to them, the doldrums.
What are you talking about, Detective?
Well, Danny, since you have been cavorting with society and munching scones with the Blue Bloods, I wondered if you would be the same old Danny.
And am I?
Did you bring me a scone, Danny?
No scones. Tell me one thing. What about the nurse, Alice Barnett? Did you find her?
She is being as scarce as a...
You didn't find her, huh?
as a...
Danny Clover speaking.
You'd better get up here, Mr. Clover.
Who is this?
Burl.
What's the trouble?
It's your business to find out. Get up here. Somebody just got beaten to death.
Over here! Over here!
He's in there with... Get him out! Get him out!
It was a design in horror, done in grotesques. The horse, rearing, screaming, clawing its hooves against the stall. The girl, disheveled, twisted with terror, pleading with it.
Tia, leave him alone, no more. Leave him alone, Tia!
Burl, dazed, helpless, sodden with fright, with drunkenness. The blazing moon setting fire to the web of blood that reached out from under the stall gate.
Tia, no more! Tia!
Burl, help me. Help me get that horse out of
I
there.
can't. I've been trying. I can't. Tia's a good girl.
Help me. Help me.
All right, don't slide me anywhere. All right.
I'll open the gate. You grab her mane. Come on. Now.
Come on, Tia. There's a good girl. Come on, Tia. I can't hold her. I can't.
Let her go.
Joseph. Oh, poor Joseph. Poor dead Joseph. Dead Joseph.
What happened? Lila, what happened?
I don't know. I was coming back from a moonlight ride. I heard Joseph scream. Tia was standing over him when I found him, trampling him with her hooves. I tried to pull her away. I called Burl. We tried.
Tia must have kicked him. He fell, and then she... till he died. Tia.
No, not like that, Burl. Joseph died because he was murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Don't let a rainy day find you unprepared. Start saving for that rainy day right now by buying United States savings bonds. If you hold on to your bonds until they mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invested. Buy United States savings bonds regularly.
In June, Broadway bursts out all over. It lolls in the breezes of the air-conditioned movie, compares postcards from the family in the Catskills. It drinks deep of the neon-scented summer air, sighs, and wishes Mom and the kids would stay there, because Broadway's having a wonderful time. 60 girls, 60 will pass a given point at any given hour. The music drifting out of the Diamond Dance pavilions is like partaking of an open-air band concert. And the drama on the front pages, a movie. A sheer, unadulterated drive-in movie. Consider, a tycoon dies, someone calls up, says it's murder. A horse trainer is kicked to death by a horse gone crazy with the moonlight. The police say it's murder. Where else but on Broadway can you spend a summer in such a way? And in the technical lab, a man in shirt sleeves wipes the sweat off his lips, breathes on a magnifying glass, wipes it on his pants, invites you to hold it to a photograph.
Have a look, Mr. Clover. I suppose congratulations are in order. All because you made a lucky guess.
Huh?
Come. It was only a guess, was it not? You're saying this Joseph O'Donoghue was murdered? Well, anyway, the photographs, my analysis, quite bear you out.
They do?
Oh, yes. This one in particular. See the back of the skull. It's quite plain on this one that O'Donoghue was beaten to death. But not by a horse, by a weapon to make it look like a horse.
Horseshoe, I'll bet.
But not of the type affected by thoroughbreds, by racehorses. More like one off a truck horse or one that pulls a milk wagon. Ergo, considering the circumstances, my view is the man was murdered by a human wielding a heavy horseshoe. He... Technical. Conrad speaking. Yes, he is here. Yes, I will tell him, certainly. There is a woman waiting for you in your office, a Miss Alice Barnett. Lucky guess, huh, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, I didn't even have a magnifying glass. Miss Barnett?
Yes.
We've been looking for you.
Yes, I thought perhaps you were. I've come to give myself up.
You're the one who called me, who told me Stephen Courtney had been murdered.
Yes, I wrote you a letter, too. But there must be many things you want to ask me.
There are. Why'd you hide?
Because I was foolish. Because I was frightened. Because I don't really know. It's all mixed up. You see, Stephen and I were going to be married.
Oh?
As soon as he got well, it was all planned. It would have been exciting to be married to Stephen. Not for the money, just for Stephen.
He was much older.
Was he? I loved him. I didn't notice.
I see. Why do you think he was murdered?
Because it happened on my day off. Because I don't think he would have died if I'd been there.
Where were you?
In town, shopping, walking in the park, feeding the pigeons. In St. Patrick's for a while. It was quiet there, restful.
But no place we can check.
No, I don't think so.
On your days off, who took your place?
We had an arrangement with the nurses' registry. I don't know who it was that day. It was usually a different nurse each week.
I'll check. Where?
On Madison at 49th. It's in the book.
You think Stephen was murdered. In your opinion, who would have a reason?
Whoever wanted all the money. The money Stephen would have settled on me as his wife. Lilla, Burl, O'Donoghue.
But O'Donoghue's been murdered. That makes the jackpot bigger for the rest of you, doesn't it?
It does. It means another $50,000 for me. I don't know about the others.
Where were you the night O'Donoghue was murdered?
At a movie. It's a feeble alibi, isn't it?
I'm holding you, Miss Barnett, on suspicion of murder. Miss Barnett accepted it. She folded her hands in her lap and waited patiently until a man in uniform nudged his head through the door, got the signal from me, and gave the signal to her. Somehow I got the idea that as long as she would stay in jail, people would spend their time apologizing to her. It was a time for thinking about things. Too many people had been unconcerned about the death of Stephen Courtney. And in the murder of Joseph O'Donoghue, the man who heard voices, there, that was the thing to think about. Somehow the first death necessitated the second. And in the matter of the nurse sent by the registry, that also needed looking into. I did.
The receptionist said you were a policeman.
That's right.
You wish to hire a nurse? Maternity? Your wife?
No, it's not that at all. We're conducting an investigation.
And you want to see me?
That's right. It's about one of your nurses.
One of the newer ones, I suppose. If you would have seen the crop that just graduated, that just registered with us, some of them are pretty.
I wouldn't know. I want some information about the nurse assigned to the case of Stephen Courtney.
There were several of them. I'm afraid you'll have to help me if you want me to help you.
The relief nurse assigned to Mr. Courtney on June 16th, the day he died.
Facts. That's what I like. Now, we shall see. Courtney. You see, we have them cross-filed. Patient's name, nurse's name, doctor's name, name of the illness. Courtney. J. Courtney, S. Samuel, Courtney S. Stephen. Here we are. I said, here we are.
Tell me about it. I was never much good with charts.
Each little line has a meaning all its own. As you see here, there is no line at all opposite the date of June 16. So we turn the chart over.
Naturally.
And we see the reason why, written in longhand. On June 16, there was a phone call from the Courtney household telling us not to send a replacement on that day.
Oh? Who called and said that?
Why, I wouldn't know. For information like that, you'd have to go straight to the source. Naturally.
Perhaps if I'm more explicit, Mr. Clover, you'll understand. No one is to go into Miss Lilla's room. Not even the police.
Those are your orders, Doctor?
Precisely mine.
Then you won't mind justifying them to the mere police.
Justify? What presumption you people have. However, Miss Lilla is quite ill. Psychotic shock. 2 people she loved very much are dead. She tried to stave off the inevitable by writing, gaiety, etc., but it's caught up with her. Natural in a woman of Miss Lilla's sensitive fiber.
Yeah, I guess it is. Doctor, who gave the order that no replacement nurse was needed the day Stephen died? You?
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. No nurse? Well, that's preposterous. Surely not.
Get out of here!
Why, whatever could
Psychotic shock, huh? Sensitive fiber, huh, Doctor?
You're vicious, Burl. You're ugly and vicious and drunk.
Oh, no, little sister, don't throw anything else. It'll only bring on a relapse. Come on now, poor, sick little sister. Out of bed!
Leave her alone, Burl. Are you all right, Lily?
Are you all right, Lila? Sure, you're all right. Everybody thinks you're so sick, little sister.
Shut up, Burl.
You can't say that to me. I am the master here now. You, Lila, O'Donoghue, old Steve, I crack the whip, and I...
Burl. Burl, are you hurt?
He'll be all right. Just let him sleep it off.
I'm sorry. Sorry you had to see us like this, Danny. It's all so ugly. So like they want us to be in the papers, isn't it?
You're not really sick, are you?
No, Danny, just tired. I fixed it up with Dr. Fulbright so they'd leave me alone. I don't know, doing it this way. Maybe it proves I really am sick. You think?
Lila, listen to me. The day your father died, there should have been a nurse here. Why wasn't there?
I don't know. We thought maybe things got all mixed up down at the nurse's registry. No one showed up.
Because they were called and told not to. Who did that, Lila?
Someone called. I don't know. I don't know who it could have been, Danny. I told you I don't know.
Try to think, Lila.
I told you. Get out, get out. I can't take any more.
Look at it, Danny.
The boys found it, huh? It's not pretty.
A horseshoe nailed to a club. They dug it up back of the far turn of the Courtney track. Murder weapon, Danny? The thing that beat O'Donoghue to death?
I'd say so, Tartaglia.
You know, it's not enough. I'm up to my elbows in the solution of this case with horses. But I had to go to the movies last night.
Poor you.
Comes the newsreel and more horses. The running of the Westfall Handicap. Nip and tuck all the way home. Oh, Danny, that Sun Prince. What a horse.
Who?
Sun Prince, the horse that almost won the Westfall Handicap. I'm telling you, I almost had heart failure.
Why?
Well, look, here was this horse, 6 lengths out in front. He stumbles, throws his jockey.
This Westfall Handicap, when was it run?
Oh, Danny, I can see you are a man who is not smitten by the bobtails. This handicap was run last Saturday. Let's see, June 16th.
Gino, you went and did it. You put 2 and 2 together.
And I got 4, huh?
Not only that, Gino, you got a murder. There was no hurry after that. I took my time driving out to the Courtney estate. I didn't even have to go to the house. I saw what I was looking for on a small knoll that overlooked the grounds. Lila. Lila holding the reins of a black stallion, standing against the early evening. A precise composition, sculptured to catch the eye. There was a flaw to it. Lila had seen me coming, and the pose she'd struck was too studied, too pat. But it held until I walked to her, touched her arm.
Oh,
You've recovered, Lila.
not really. Look at me. How do I look?
The same. You've got some more clothes on than the last time I saw you. Outside of that, the same.
I'm glad. But I need this. The quiet, the evening. Riding. Do you want to ride with me, Danny?
No.
I expected you to come. I thought sometime soon you'd come back and use the gamut of let's ride together, Lilla, and I made it easy for you. Now I don't understand you at all.
I'm trying to make up my mind about you.
Oh, how can you? You're not really trying.
Whether murder becomes you or not.
It made me ill for a while. You saw that.
You're faking, Lilla. It's how you reacted to committing murder.
Me?
Your father's murder, O'Donoghue's.
Oh, you're a fool, Danny.
Your father's murder by attending him yourself instead of a nurse, by turning on the radio when his prize horse raced. The excitement when the horse stumbled stopped your father's heart and brought you a lot of money.
Is that murder? Because a horse stumbled, because my father's heart stopped, eventually it'll happen to all of us.
O'Donoghue, because you were afraid of him. Because you really believed he heard voices. Because you thought one day your father's voice might tell Joseph who killed him.
Ride with me, Danny?
No. Come on, Lilla.
You're a fool. Son, Prince!
Get off that horse.
Up, Prince! Up! Kill him! Kill him, Prince! Kill him!
The stallion reared high, pawed at the gathering darkness. His jowls flecked with foam. Then a hoof caught me, spun me. And again, I looked up from the ground. He was a monster, poised on his hunches.
Prince!
And suddenly he lost balance, fell to his back, recovered. In an instant, he was a fleeting shadow. And I got to the girl, and I got to Lilla. She was small, huddled. She didn't move. Only in her eyes was their life. And it held briefly. Then it stopped. When the night turns into Broadway, the streets burst into fragments of electric flame, fling reflections hard into the shadows. It's a piece torn out of a jagged dream, the twisted concrete. The blare that ebbs, then screams again. The faces that dart and waver and are lost forever. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Mary Lansing, Florence Lake, Francis X. Bushman, Elliott Reed, and Junius Matthews. For more adventures with Danny Clover and Broadway's My Beat, CBS invites you to make a date with them for Monday evening, July 3rd. Yes, after tonight's broadcast, Broadway's My Beat moves to Mondays for the summer, starting July 3rd. Next week at this time, you'll hear the premiere broadcast of a new CBS show called Songs for Sale, featuring Jan Murray, Tony Bennett, and Ray Bloch's orchestra. Celebrities from the music world will meet songwriters with unpublished music on Songs for Sale, and you'll find it's full of fun and tunes of all kinds. Be sure to join us Monday, July 3rd, for the next broadcast of Broadway's My Beat. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where the Goldbergs are every Saturday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Jeff Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Lyon. Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The House by the Sea.
this is the way it started. I walked in the office about 11 o'clock that morning. It was a nice, warm day, and I didn't have much on my mind. That's the trouble with nice days. You take a couple of easy breaths, open somebody's door, and it's just like peeling a wrapper off an atomic bomb. The lion was in his den, sitting behind his desk. You couldn't tell where he left off and the desk began. He was talking to a girl with a flock of black hair. She was the kind you see driving a Cadillac convertible down Sunset Boulevard on hot Sunday afternoons. No wonder the lion's cigar was out. It was wet on both ends.
Well, come in, Regan, come in. I was just about to call you, but now that you're here, it makes things simpler. Miss Carmen, this is Mr. Regan.
How do you do, Mr. Regan? Mr. Lyon tells me you're just the man I want.
You said the same thing to a mortician last week.
He is the man I want, Mr. Lyon.
Well, that's fine, Miss Carmen. I knew you'd be pleased. I'm very proud of Jeffrey.
As long as I'm in the cast, how about a look at the script, huh?
Miss Carmen is associated with the famous psychic consultant, Prince Carew.
I help the prince look into people's minds.
Well, that ought to be real fun if all your customers are under 6.
You don't believe in thought transference, Mr. Regan.
Do you?
I said I help the prince.
Prince Carew sent Miss Carmen to retain an operator, Jeffrey. It's a very delicate matter, and I'm placing the entire case in your hands.
Why didn't he come himself?
Do you disapprove of me?
I just want to know what's what.
Well, Prince Carew never appears in public. He prefers to spend his time in meditation and thought.
Yeah.
I handle all of his outside contacts.
So, Jeffrey, you just drive on out to Prince Carew's home in Ocean Town with Miss Carmen and speak to the prince.
What kind of a retainer did he send? How much did you get?
Now, see here, Regan, we don't discuss finances in front of clients.
Oh, stop it, will you? This is another blind spot. You don't know what it's all about. All you know is she waltzed in here with a check, and you'd sell your grandmother to a glue factory for $2. How do I know I won't wind up being a patsy again?
Is there any way I can reassure you?
Buy me a battleship.
Jeffrey, have I ever involved you in anything that I wouldn't undertake myself? Have I ever knowingly imperiled your life?
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
Come on, lady. What's it all about? You work for the guy.
Well, I really don't know. He was excited this morning, called me in, gave me this address, and told me to make arrangements.
He must have told you something.
He never tells me anything. As you say, I just work for him. Well?
All right, I'm hired.
Good. Now call me, Jeffrey. Call me if you run into any trouble.
Well, I asked her how about lunch. She said no. I asked her about dinner. She said something that meant no, so I gave up. You know, it's like that sometimes. The flag's up, the meter's ticking, and you're not getting anywhere. But from a couple of things she told me, I got the idea she was doing more than just helping the prince read minds. Well, his place turned out to be a good hour from downtown Los Angeles, up 101. It was a couple of stories of glass and concrete leaning out over the ocean. It was high and dry and quiet up there. And you got a feeling you should be hearing things and feeling things when you looked down and saw that water banging around the bottom of the cliff. She unlocked the door, and a guy in a white turban and some pants that looked like oversized diapers and a pair of tennis shoes was standing there. He had a big curved knife hanging around his waist, and he put his hand on it when he saw me.
Right this way, Mr. Regan.
Who's he, the butcher?
Oh, that's Telly. He works for the prince. Manservant. He's from India.
Yeah, I'll bet the Indians were glad to get rid of him.
Telly's harmless, tongueless, and he doesn't hear. I like you, Mr. Regan.
Come in. Thelma, my dear, you've returned with spoils. Welcome, sir, welcome.
Mr. Regan, this is Prince Carew.
Regan, the lion's eye. I've heard of you, Mr. Regan. I'm honored. Sit down. That'll be all, Thelma. Charming girl.
She handle all your outside contacts?
Most efficiently. Except, of course, for matters that I must handle personally.
What kind of matters?
I'm in trouble, Mr. Regan, and I beg your assistance.
Well, it's all paid for.
Correct. But there's a personal bonus in this for you.
Why?
Because, sir, I want you to save my life.
You look healthy to me.
I am healthy, let me assure you. But my life has been threatened.
Well, that'd come under police business, wouldn't it?
Normally. Didn't Miss Carmen explain that this was a delicate matter?
Yeah, she did. Why didn't she call the police?
I'm hardly in a position to ask the police for assistance, Mr. Regan. It is a delicate matter.
Outside it says you're a mind reader, all right? What am I thinking now?
That I'm a charlatan, a faker, and that I'm trying to hide something from you.
That gets you the cigar.
Been a very lucrative arrangement for the most part and very satisfactory. Except, of course, for the annoyance of having my life threatened.
Who's the guy?
It would be of no consequence if it were a man. It's a lady, Mr. Regan. A very beautiful and lovely creature. And she'd like nothing better than to see my carcass go out with the tide.
Why does she want to kill you?
A matter of confidence. Suffice it to say that she is thoroughly capable of doing just that.
How do you know?
1, she is erratic, ill-tempered, ruthless. 2, she called me this morning and told me what she intended to do.
She giving you a chance to reach for your gun?
To reach for you, Mr. Regan.
What do you want me to do?
I feel the entire matter could be settled amicably if you were to call on her. Inform her that you are my personal bodyguard and that you are here to protect my life.
You think she'd go for that?
I'm positive.
How long you been blackmailing her?
What?
Well, your racket might last 6 months or a year, but not long enough to pay for a place like this. The answer's blackmail, isn't it?
Okay. I should have told you.
How do you do it?
I can slip them into a trance. They spill a family secret or two. I push a buck that way.
That's nice.
If they want their minds read, I read them. $25 a brain.
And shakedown.
The guy's got to eat.
You put the squeeze on her.
She's an actress. She was in on a deal at the studios.
She wouldn't shake?
At first, I just told her I had to have a larger fee. Then they come out with it, cold turkey.
And she said she'd blow your head off.
Yeah, she's the kind. I went wrong on this one. I'm in a spot.
Who is she?
Grace Nichols, movie actress. Ever heard of her?
Redhead.
Makes you want to go home and kick your wife downstairs if you got one.
That good?
Better. But she means this business about bumping me. And I won't look good dead.
All right, where's she live?
Over in the Palisades. Here's her address. You going over there now?
Yeah.
Be careful.
She isn't gunning for me.
That isn't what I mean. There's a skinny boy there. He's nasty, no callers. Name of Tim Rogers.
I'll remember that.
I hope you can talk her out of it. I've been sweating. I don't want to shake her down. I just want to get a little sleep at night.
I left him sitting there, scratching his bald head under his turban. He looked about as happy as a guy who just ate a Vaseline sandwich. Well, Grace's place was too big for a marble game and too small for football. I think I remember reading something about how she got it from her third husband. There was a big wire fence all around it and a sign every 15 or 20 feet telling you not to trespass. So I parked my car outside the driveway and walked up to the front door. A guy in a chauffeur's uniform was standing there. He looked like a razor blade with arms. He gave me the fisheye and blew smoke in my face and kind of nudged me with his shoulder.
Move on, Pilgrim. No handouts here.
I came to see Grace Nichols.
Yeah.
I got business with her.
Yeah.
So tell her I'm here.
Blow.
You always like this, or did you miss lunch today?
I don't know who you are, Pilgrim, but I don't like you. Beat it.
I know you. There's something about a guy in a lineup.
Yeah?
He memorizes real easy.
Copper.
Investigator.
Private or city, I don't care. You all smell the same.
This isn't hunting season. You always carry a .38?
Does it show?
Maybe you got a broken rib.
A real funny guy. I met all kinds of funny guys. Drift.
I said I wanted to see her.
And I said she wasn't in.
All right, I'll tell you once more. I got business with her.
So do a couple of hundred other guys.
Watchdog?
Ah, you're getting smart.
You weren't.
What kind of a crack is that?
I want to see her, I'm going to see her.
Trick I learned a long time ago. Shoot a guy in the knee and he'll never walk straight again.
You ever done it?
Oh, yeah. That's how I learned.
Ow. That's when I learned, baby.
Well, I might have to get a new chauffeur. You looking for a job?
I already got one, lady.
Timmy's going to be awfully upset when he finds out what happened to him. When someone works for me, they have to be perfect. Want his job?
They wouldn't let me in.
I'll let you in. You, do that kind of thing often?
When I have to.
I suppose you have a name.
It's Regan. I'm a private investigator.
All right, Mr. Regan, you've ruined a perfectly good chauffeur and bodyguard, and you're in my house. What have we got to talk about?
A guy named Carew.
The prince? Must we talk about him?
He thinks you're dangerous stuff.
So do a lot of people. Tell me, Mr. Regan, what do you think?
About what?
Me.
Right now, or when I'm a couple of feet away?
Right now.
Look, remember, I just got here.
I know. You must have a first name. What is it?
Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, we'll get along. It's in the cards.
Pretty fast deal.
I like it this way. Fast.
Might be a bum deck.
Never mind. Deal.
That's the bell. How much time between rounds?
Well, you know me better. Hello? Yes? Yes, right here. You know a man named Lion, Jeff?
Uh-huh.
He seems to be roaring.
Give it to me. Yeah.
Regan, is that you?
Well, now, how do you figure it?
Now, don't be smart. Who's the dame who answered the phone?
Our client's friend.
Sounds like she's a friend of yours now, or maybe you have been doing some road work.
Did you have something to say, or is this the day you turned scoutmaster? I'm busy.
Well, you can stop being busy, lover. It's all off.
Don't tell me you're passing up a fee.
I'm passing up nothing. Prince Carroll called me 10 minutes ago and told me to forget the whole thing, and that's what I'm telling you.
How'd you know I was here?
The prince told me, so it's all over. Finished. Forget it.
I've already started something.
I don't care what you've started. Now, just remember, you finish it on your own time and expense sheet.
You look worried, Jeff. Anything I can do?
I'm called off.
You mean you're out of a job? I got one. Remember, you put my bodyguard out of commission. You owe me something.
Oh, Tim, boy, he'll come around.
I don't want Tim anymore. I want you.
Hmm.
I'll get you a drink. We can talk about it.
Carew told me that Tim was a pretty good boy.
You can fill his shoes. Come here and get your drink. Now, tell me about 9 o'clock tonight.
It'll get dark.
I got a new dress. I think you'll like it.
I probably would.
The place above Malibu. We could have dinner and listen to some music. I want to be with you, Jeff.
That deal's fast again.
I don't care. I don't care. I just decided something, Jeff. I'm going to like being with you. I'm going to like it a lot.
Well, she didn't want me to go, but I was thinking about the prince and the way everything looked. I told her I'd see her that night. I was just climbing into my car when Tim Rogers, her ex-number-1 boy, stepped out from the gate. I waited for him to walk over.
You're pretty good with your women, Regan.
You look lonely, Timmy. Somebody stole your popsicle?
Bum joke, Regan. I've been waiting to talk to you. You were so quiet in the house I didn't want to make any noise.
Any better here?
You came out champ this afternoon. But you won't even make the prelims next time.
You got something to say?
Stay away from her.
You're shaking. You need a drink.
Stay away from her, Regan. I've been with her too long. Known her too long to take the bounce from a two-bit gum heel.
Goodbye.
I'm not finished yet.
That's your version. Now get your foot off that running board, punk, or I'll take it with me. I left him standing in the middle of the driveway. If I'd have waited another minute, he'd have been crying. I stopped off and had some barbecued ribs at a drive-in out on Sunset. It was just getting dark when I got to my place. I had company. It was Velma Carmen, Prince Carew's right-hand man. She was sitting on the edge of my sofa. Her back was as stiff as a filing cabinet, and there was a little ring of white around her lip. She looked like she'd just been measured for a coffin. There was a .25 automatic sitting in her lap.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Rick. I asked the janitor to let me in.
Yeah?
He was very nice about it. I told him I was associated with one of your clients. Yes, I told him I was associated with one of your clients. Did you know that Prince Carroll was my husband?
Since when?
Oh, a long time now, a long time. Not many people know that.
Is that what you came here to tell me?
No. I came to tell you that you don't have to worry anymore. None of us have to worry anymore.
You mean you're calling me off the case?
That's it. That's exactly it. I'm calling you off the case.
Well, I've already been called off. My office phoned me when I was over at her house.
First Nichols?
Yeah.
Then it was about her?
Yeah.
Well, then, we don't have to worry anymore, do we?
No.
She's very pretty, isn't she? I've seen her many times. I think she's quite pretty. I could hardly blame the prince. I could hardly blame him at all.
What are you getting at?
Could have told the others were pretty, too.
Where'd you get that gun?
This one. I bought it for $30.
Let me see it, huh?
Oh, yes. I brought it here so I could show it to you. I paid $30 for it. I paid $30. I'd imagine the air would be cleaner in there, don't you?
What are you talking about?
I mean, it's really very humane, they tell me. It's just like sitting down and never waking up. I've read all about it. You just walk in and sit down, and if you don't try to hold your breath, you go to sleep, don't you? You've met murderers before, Miss Regan. Do I make a good murderer? Do I make a good murderer?
Stop it, will you? trying to tell me you killed him?
Mr. Regan, that's why I came here. I shot him. I walked up behind him and I put the gun close to his back and pulled the trigger. They don't make such a great deal of noise, do they? I left him sitting there in his house by the sea, and he looks very much alive. Only he's not alive at all. Now answer me. Now answer me. Do I make a good murderer? Do I make
You are listening to the story of The House by the Sea, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. They're still available for qualified nurses. Yes, the Army Nurse Corps Reserve still has commissions available. If you are a graduate registered nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, you may be eligible for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps section of the Regular Officers Reserve. To find out if you do qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to the story of The House by the Sea and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, after she got through, she settled down to a slow, even kind of a giggle that started somewhere around her shoelaces and didn't get past her knees. It was one of those things that gives you a feeling like somebody's standing in back of you with a red-hot iron ready to press your pants before you get them off. Now, she wasn't going to do any more talking, so I went downstairs and brought back a doctor friend of mine named Sammy Wing. He brought his little black bag with him and gave her a shot of something, and she wilted like last night's orchid and went to sleep on my couch. Sammy began talking.
Some playmate. Wish I'd have been here for the party. I had 4 appendectomies and 1 broken leg today. So dull life.
How is she?
You know her better than me.
No, is she going to be all right?
But she'll wake up in 5 or 6 hours and want some water.
And then what?
She might ask you what happened, or it might start all over again, whatever it was. By the way, what was it?
Well, I found her here when I got home.
I should find something like this.
She said she killed an ex-client of mine.
Oh, maybe I'm lucky at that. What does all the past tense mean?
I was called off the case.
Oh, nice. It's all clean, no clients to protect. Is there a corpse someplace?
I don't know, Sammy.
Call the police, they'll find out. And then you and me can go out and get a drink.
She said she used this gun. Smell it, Sammy. It hasn't been fired. Safety catch is still on.
She's pretty and she's nice, and I'll bet she looks like $1 million in a bathing suit. But if I'd have met her within the last 3 hours, I'd have run for help. Call the police.
Is that professional?
This is acute hysteria. The kind that pops off guns and pops off people and does a lot of things they can't remember later on. Call the police.
What about the gun?
Other gun. Call the coroner while you're at it. Tell him to go out there with some DOA forms. He'll use them.
Will you stay here with her till I get back?
Corpse hunt?
Just an idea.
Hitler had an idea.
The odds were against him.
You got about as much chance as a 3-legged horse in the Kentucky Derby. She's bit somebody, and she's told you about it.
I want to make sure.
What do they do when a private eye walks in and messes up a nice, clean murder?
Sammy, will you stay?
Had any bourbon around here?
Yeah.
Okay, take your time. Maybe both of us will get our pictures in the paper.
I left him with a kind of a soft smile on his face, like he had some inside information on Tuesday's winner at Del Mar. Well, it was 9:30 by the time I got there, and it was dark enough to give a ghost the creeps. It was different, too. Maybe it was the fog. I used that ring of keys I'd taken from her purse. It smelled dry and funny inside, and it was real quiet, like somebody was waiting for the world to fall apart. I clicked on my flashlight, and I walked down the long hall to his office. He was there, just like she said. There were 3 holes in the front of his shirt, but it wasn't the laundry's fault. I spotted the .38 on the floor by his hand. I broke it, and 3 cartridges came out. It was the right gun for the job. He was pretty messed up. While I was standing there trying to figure Velma Carmen's story, the lights came on. A fat man wearing a sheriff's star was standing by the switch. There was a taller man in a brown overcoat next to him. They both looked like they'd just finished dinner.
Scavenger hunt, son? You don't talk, Charlie.
Ain't much for him to say, is there, Cap?
Guess not. Well, son?
Well, it looks like you're going to be calling me names.
What do you like best? Killer, murderer, or slayer? The papers use Slayer a lot.
I don't like any of them.
Kinda breezy for a hot boy, ain't you? Mind giving me a name?
It's Regan. I'm a private detective.
It's Regan. He's a private detective, Cap.
Yeah. Got a card or something with you, son?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. With International. Lion still there?
Yeah.
Who's that?
An old bum I used to know. Regan, why do you go around killing people? The Lion will be mad.
Look, this is a fix.
Now, why do you want to say a thing like that?
Somebody tip you?
Phone call a little while ago.
Huh?
Funny kind of a voice, a whisper. Said we'd find a stiff up here, but didn't say we'd find you.
You're extra.
Look, I just came here to see what it was all about.
Same thing we did. Only we come up with a suspect and a corpse. No cop could ask for anything better. Charlie, better call a coroner. Oceantown, just a small place, Regan. Only me and Charlie around. We borrow from the county when we get something like this.
I can find you a real answer in an hour.
You let me and Charlie worry about that. You look good enough for the time being. All right, son. Let's go.
I had as much chance as an elephant in a tea room, and if those two locked me up and booked me. So I leaned back into his gun and spun around and knocked his wrist down. He pulled the trigger. By that time, I'd flicked the light switch and was out the door. I didn't run for my car. I cut across the driveway and doubled back up the hill. I could hear him yelling and shooting out in the dark. I hailed a cab about 5 blocks away, and he took me to the place above Malibu. I found her in a booth with a piano player. She was wearing one of those black strapless things, and it was worrying a couple of bald-headed guys sitting at the bar.
You're late, Jeff. We said 9 o'clock. I've had 3 drinks all alone. You want me to get mad, or are you going to catch up?
How long you been here?
You sound like you're out of the mood. I thought we were going to look at the stars together.
How long you been here?
It's 9 o'clock. What's the matter?
I've been working tonight.
Well, it's after hours now. Tell me how you like my new dress.
It's the right color, but the wrong cut for a funeral.
I haven't read the obituaries today.
It'll be in tomorrow's paper, only it'll make the front page.
Have a drink? Let's wait for tomorrow.
Your friend was killed tonight.
What friend?
Kairu.
He was no friend of mine. I told you that.
So did he.
Car smash up, or did he fall off his house?
38.
We didn't talk about him this afternoon. Let's not start now.
Look, 2 cops in Oceantown are kind of crowding me. They think I'm going to take a good picture.
Is that why you're late?
It's a murder rap, lady.
We should have had dinner together.
They'll be knocking down your door in the morning.
Why, darling?
Because you threatened to kill him, because he hired me to call you off.
Oh, wait a moment, Jeff. We've been having fun up to now. Who told you that?
Why'd you think he sent me over today to sell magazines?
I never found out you were called off. I suppose he hired you to scare me. Jeff, we're old friends now. I can tell you a family secret.
I know about him blackmailing you, and that puts you ahead of me for the cops. Did you do it?
I don't know. Did you? What he told you don't sound right.
What does sound right?
I went to him one day and put him in a trance, only I used scotch. Found out what he was doing and how I was doing it, so I turned the tables. It was good, clean fun, but expensive for him.
You've been draining him?
I thought that's why you came today. That's why I had Timmy around.
Well, some of this is beginning to make change. If he was your meal tickets, then you got an alibi.
I don't feel like stars anymore, Jeff. Let's go over to my place and talk.
On the way over, she didn't have much to say, and I couldn't think of anything. I was all too mixed up. If she'd really been shaking him down, then she figured out. And the girl back in my apartment figured in. Only she had the wrong gun. And then there was a little business that I'd have to explain with the Oceantown cops. Well, when we turned in the driveway, I stopped figuring. Tim Rogers, the man with the guns, was there, standing on the porch.
Oh, gorgeous. I've been waiting to see you. You're home late.
I thought I fired you.
Still tramping with this tramp, huh? I thought you'd be sick of him by now.
For once, I'm glad to see you, Tim boy.
That sounds cozy, but I don't want to see you.
I know where your 38 is.
You're wrong. It's her 38. And it's got her prints on it.
Jeff, he's making it look bad for me.
Ask him what he's doing here, will you?
Just in for a showdown, Angel. You're tagged for his murder. They'll want you. I fixed it good. I can fix it so you can get away.
How?
A friend of mine shutting off at Pedro. 4 o'clock. To go all over the world.
Jeff, if all of this is straight, I'm in a spot.
Relax. This guy never did anything right.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
All right, that tip to the Oceantown cops was wrong. Trying to pile up a scare on me was wrong. Killing Kairu was wrong, and this clinches it.
Yeah? Well, that's where you're twisted, Pilgrim. I got a warrant out for you right now. Plugging a murder suspect is something they'll thank me for.
You said her prints were on that gun?
They'll find that out in the morning. And how was I to know? Just happened to hear on the radio they were looking for you tonight. I see you, I plug you. Everybody will be sorry, but it'll be manslaughter and suspended. I worked it once in Toledo. What do you say, Angel? Do I plug him and meet you somewhere in 2 weeks?
Let me have a smoke. Let me think it over.
Sure. Sure, go ahead. Angel.
Well, the gun's empty now.
I carried this for 3 years. I never used it. He deserved to die, didn't he? Didn't he, Regan, didn't he?
I don't know, lady. You knew him better. Well, it unwound like red thread in the Levi factory. Grace Nichols had been putting the shake on the prince. He got tired of it and called me in and told me his phony story so he'd have a good self-defense angle when he finally got around to shooting her some afternoon. He had Tim planted there to keep me from really seeing her. Oh, it was a nice idea, only I bounced Tim and got inside. And then Tim made a phone call and the lion jerked me before I had a chance to compare notes with her. I guess Tim went kind of crazy seeing how well we got along together, and he figured Grace would do anything if she was wanted for murder. So he killed the prince and made her the patsy with those fingerprints. She'd handled the gun before, see. But then I had my caller, Velma Carmen, the prince's wife. She went kind of crazy, too, when she walked in and found him dead. It took 3 doctors a couple of weeks to tell her what really happened. When I told it all to the lion, he was mad at first, but then he saw Grace Nichols' picture in the paper. He asked just one question. What was I doing at Grace's place all afternoon? I didn't even bother to answer him.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS same time next week for hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by E. Jack Newman, produced by Sterling Tracy. The role of Grace Nichols was played by Betty Lou Gerson, David Ellis was Tim Rogers, Lorene Tuttle was Velma Carmen, and Marvin Miller was Prince Carew. 29,000 nurses are needed to join the new Army Nurse Corps Officers Reserve. 4,000 of them, if they wish, may choose active duty. All nurses who receive reserve commissions will benefit from the opportunity for specialized training offered to them by the Army. The educational opportunities offered the nurse by the Army Medical Department will be of great advantage to her in her work. Don't wait. If you're a registered graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, drop a card now for complete information to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Original music for this program is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard every Saturday at 9:30 over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Eat that baby on the tree.
Fix those dolly tracks.
And look out for that cable, it's hot.
Mallard, what in the name of the San Francisco Police Department are you doing up here on Telegraph Hill?
Working, Candy, in the name of the San Francisco Police Department.
Here, with these people who are making the movie?
Yeah, how about that? Me, a lieutenant in homicide, and I'm assigned to riding herd on these Hollywood characters.
Oh, it's better than murder.
I'll take murder any day. What are you doing around here?
I did some shopping at Speedy's this morning. While I was pinching the avocados, they told me that there was a Hollywood gang over by Coit Tower shooting some scenes for a movie with a San Francisco background.
They might just as well have stayed in the studio. They brought their own lawns, prop trees, fake bushes, the works. If it ever snowed up here on Telegraph Hill, they'd have brought some of that along, too.
You've never worked in Hollywood, Millard. Only God can make a tree, but Hollywood presumes to improve on them. What are they doing now?
Just getting ready to shoot a scene, I think.
Oh.
They've been rehearsing it all morning.
What's it all about, do you know?
As far as I can figure, it's a story about San Francisco right after the gold rush. Look at all the costumes.
Very authentic. Looks like they'd been shipped around the Horn. By the way, Millard, do you know who's in the picture?
Some lush tomato named Cherry Dana and a Colorado boy, Buff Arnold.
Arnold? Did you say Buff Arnold?
That's right. Why?
Oh, forgive me, Millard, dear. I knew Buff Arnold when he didn't have a place to house in. He professed to carry a very warm torch for me.
Aha. So that's why you so casually dropped by.
Oh.
An old flame, huh?
Don't be ridiculous. I didn't even know the guy was here, let alone still in pictures.
A likely story.
All right, quiet, please. Let's have quiet.
Quiet. This is a take.
All set, Mr. Dix. We're ready.
Good. Okay, Cherry, we'll roll this one. Take a chance on it. Just remember to keep up against those trees. We don't want any shots of those modern buildings below the hill.
Oh, remember, Red.
Where is my old pal, Buff Arnold, Millard, dear?
By me. Judging by what's been going on, he's not in this particular scene.
All right, stand by. Roll 'em.
Scene 47, take 10.
Wait a minute. Cut. Oh, where's that coming from?
Out on the bay, Mr. Dix.
Fine thing, a present-day steamer whistle in an 1850 picture. Hold it. Ames.
Yes?
Let me know when the fool ship is tied up. We won't shoot the scene until it's docked.
Yes, sir.
Oh, darn it. I was hoping I'd see some action.
Well, I'll give you some action. Come on, walk around with me, Candy. I'll show you all the sights.
Sights like what, for instance, Millard?
Oh, all the lights they brought up here. They must have 1,000 of them.
Undoubtedly to wash out the wrinkles on the leading lady's face.
And talk about props. It must have taken a whole freight train to get them up here.
Well, I have to have them.
For instance, look, right up there.
Where, Millard?
Up there, above. In that tree. Hanging by their necks.
Oh, Millard!
Don't jump like that, Cupcake. They're only dummies hanging from those ropes.
3 of them. They look so realistic.
I must admit, they really do. I understand they use them in a scene where they recreate a lynching in Portsmouth Square.
Recreate, did you say?
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. Take another look, honey bun. A good look at the one in the middle.
What are you trying to... Fry me for lard. That one in the middle is no dummy.
You're no dummy either, boy mine. How many times have you looked up there?
Well, just a couple of times, but the last time I looked, the one in the middle wasn't an ex-human being.
With that, I toss the whole thing in your lap, Millard. I promote you back to homicide.
Oh, why didn't these characters stay in Hollywood?
Tis a bit of a shame, isn't it? Cluttering up our lovely Telegraph Hill trees with gently swaying corpses. Come on, Millard. Let's give the director a slight touch of apoplexy.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
It's funny how sometimes when you're lazy and want to do nothing except live the good, pure life, trouble comes up and belts you over the head with a vengeance. Well, that's the way it happened to me. I'd just finished a deal that took me 3 weeks to crack. I made some good money out of it, banked it, and sat back to relax. But when I heard about the movie company on location on the other side of the hill, my curiosity got the better of me. As of that moment, my contemplated relaxation was at an end. Period. Paragraph. I literally walked right into trouble because there was Mallard and cut down.
Okay, Mr. Dix. Take a good look at him. You recognize the gent?
I recognize him, yes, but I don't know him. He was one of the extras we used in a scene yesterday.
Did he come up from Hollywood with you?
I'm pretty sure he didn't. I think he was hired here locally. Wait a minute. Who's this young lady? I don't want any outsiders in on this.
Don't fret your little head, Mr. Dix. Aside from being a material witness, she's a well-known private investigator.
Ah, excuse me. I didn't know.
That's all right. No need to apologize. Some of my best friends are movie directors.
Who would keep the roster on your personnel? My assistant, Bill Ames. Is he around?
Well, I'm right here, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Can you give us any dope on this fellow?
Oh, golly, I'm afraid not. I've seen him, but I wouldn't know his name from Adam.
How about the payroll? When do you pay off the extras?
Ah, that's a thought.
We pay off at 5 o'clock tonight.
Why don't we come back then, Mellard? We can check off the names against the pay vouchers. There's one thing extras like to do, and that's get paid. The name that doesn't show up is our friend the corpse.
Okay, we'll let it go like that. What do you pay off?
Room 873, Montfair Hotel.
Make sure everybody's there, unless they want a little trouble thrown at them. I'm sorry, Mr. Dix. You can go on with your shooting now.
No more today. It's too unnerving. Ames, knock it off. Call will be for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, sharp.
Right, Chief.
Break it up, everybody. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, in costumes. And that means 8 o'clock, understand? Not morning.
You mind waiting here for a moment, Candy? I want to put in a call to the coroner's office for a wagon.
Sure, that's all right. Go ahead.
Good. It'll only be a few minutes.
Mr. Dix, pardon me.
Yes?
Can you tell me where Buff Arnold is staying?
What do you want with Buff Arnold, young lady?
I used to know him when he was playing bit parts in Hollywood.
Oh. Did you work in Hollywood?
I did a little time down there, sitting around in agents' offices.
You know, you're a sharp little cookie. Say, all of a sudden I've got an idea.
I'll bet.
No. On the level, believe me. I have a small part coming up that'd fit you to a T. Good-looking gal, wise, supposed to work in her father's store selling supplies to the miners. Can you act at all?
I used to shoot a fairly sharp mess of dialogue.
Do you live close by?
Right over there, 1 block. Penthouse on the top.
All the better. As soon as your policeman friend removes the deceased there, why don't we go over to your place and look at the script?
You know something? I've got an idea that's the idea you had the idea about. Okay, I'll look at the script. But for your information, Mr. Dix, I'm interested only in playing a part in your picture. Mallard came back, and I told him what had developed with Dix. He shot me a look that had more question marks in it than a government income tax form. I assured him I could handle the situation, and he left with the body, still clad in its 49er prospector's outfit. Dix issued some final orders, took me by the arm, and we strolled over to my place.
Charming, but positively charming.
Thank you.
What a gorgeous view. How long have you lived here, Miss... Oh, now, isn't that silly? I don't even know your name.
Matson. Candy Matson.
Candy Matson. Never have I heard a name match a personality so completely. I'm Reginald Dix. Just call me Reg.
As you say, Reg. Would you like a drink?
Oh, splendid. Soda highball?
I think I can scrape one together.
This is absolutely enchanting. I'm going to ask to make all my pictures in San Francisco from now on.
I don't think you'd go wrong. Of course, it'd be a little rough if you were making a picture with an Indian background and needed shots of the Taj Mahal and the Himalayas.
Oh, simple. I'd change it to the Ferry Building in Twin Peaks.
Very good. Here you are, Reg.
Thank you. I can use this after that messy discovery up there on that tree. Well, here's to crime.
That's a charming toast. Now then, about this part you were speaking of, I don't even belong to the Screen Actors Guild anymore.
Oh, a mere detail. I'll call the studio tonight and have them arrange your membership.
As simple as that. You know, I think if some of your bright boys got together, you could win the war in Korea without half trying.
Let's not be snide, my dear.
Mm-hmm. Oh, excuse me a moment. Someone at the door.
Certainly. Whoever it is, though, send them away.
Yes, Master.
Hi.
Hi. But now that we've established our highs, is there something I can do for you?
I'm Cherry Dana. Is Mr. Dix here?
Oh, why, yes. Would you wait here, please?
I will not wait here. I want in.
Now, just a minute.
There you are, Ed. You have a short memory, haven't you?
Cherry, what are you doing here? I'm having a conference.
So I see.
I hate to mention it, but this happens to be a private home, Miss Dana. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Don't be boring. You lured my director up here, and I'm going to see that some little local wench doesn't put the squeeze play on him.
Why, you pampered brat. Get out of here right now, or I'll show you how a local wench can back up words with action.
Oh, now hold on here, both of you. Cherry, I resent this intrusion just as much as Miss Matson does, I'm sure.
I'll bet. What about me? You said you were going to drive me back to the hotel.
Very well, it slipped my mind. Oh, I'm sorry, Candy. I dislike scenes of this sort. We'll discuss our business later.
Good. I find now that I'm extremely interested. Good afternoon, Miss Dana. I'll see you later. I was so mad I was boiling. If I'd been a thermometer, quicksilver would have been streaming out of my ears. I did the most natural thing, took a shower, and little by little I simmered down. Actors and actresses are like anybody else. Most of them are darn nice people just trying to make a living, but one ham like Cherry Dana can ruin the picture. Just as I was getting dressed, the ferry building siren blew its top, indicating 4:30. I had to step on it if I was going to be at the Montfair at 5 in time for the payroll sequence with the extras. So I stepped on it and found myself in a minor mob scene outside room 873 at the Montfair Hotel. Mallard spotted me, grabbed me by the arm, and took me inside the room.
I really didn't expect to see you, Candy.
Why not?
I thought perhaps you were discussing contract terms with Dix by now. Big Hollywood star and all that.
Oh, Mallard, cut it out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. As I call out your names, step up fast and sign the voucher. Anderson, Robert. Apperson, Lou. Bennett, Bert, Beverly.
I studied the faces as they stepped by the cashier's table set up in the room. They were all types. Anyone could have been a villain, a dance hall girl, a hero, an ingenue, or just plain extra. The roll call droned on in the background. The whole thing took about 10 minutes. And suddenly we were alone. Ames, the assistant director, the girl who had done the actual paying, Mallard, and myself.
Well, that's it.
Who's missing, Ames?
You're in for a bit of a shock.
How do you mean?
Nobody's missing. Everybody listed on our payroll checked in and was paid off.
What?
That's right.
Did you recognize every person who'd been paid off?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Well, this is a fine kettle of nothing. We have an extra who's working in the picture, and yet he isn't. So he ends up hanging by his neck from a tree on Telegraph Hill. Who was the Joker?
The Joker, the one you can play wild. Are you sure they're all paid?
Well, positive. Double-checked with their guild cards and signatures.
Well, isn't this cute?
Oh, excuse me, please. Hello? Yes, this is Ames. Oh, yes, Cherry. What? He's what? Great Scott.
What's the matter, Ames? What is it? You're white as a sheet.
Dix. He's just been found shot to death in his room.
From San Francisco, the National Broadcasting Company is presenting Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Reginald Dix, well-known Hollywood director, shot dead in his hotel room. We were looking for developments. We got them, but not the kind we expected. Mallard led the way up to the suite that Dix had been occupying on the top floor. There was a mob around the door, and my boy Mallard soon dispersed them and instituted some semblance of order. Dix was sprawled out on the balcony overlooking the bay, and an ever-widening pool of blood showed that he'd been hit in the chest. Cherry Dana was pacing the room, smoking a cigarette. Ames stood in the middle with his jaw flapping. And who should be in the room, too, but my old pal from my days in Hollywood, Buff Arnold.
Candy Matson. What a place for a reunion.
Yes, isn't it? How are you, Buff?
Ill. Terribly ill. If I have to step into the other room, I hope you'll understand. Reg was a great friend of mine.
Sure, let's go in the bedroom. You look sort of green. Besides, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Buff.
It's a deal. Anything to get out of here. Let's go.
Wait a minute, Candy. Who is this guy?
Buff Arnold, Mallard, the fellow I was speaking about.
Where were you going?
In there, he doesn't feel too good. The closest he's ever been to blood is a bottle of ketchup and color.
Okay. Don't let him out of your sight. I have a flock of questions and need a flock of answers.
As you say, Mallard, dear.
And don't get carried away yourself.
This the bedroom?
Yeah.
Well, Buff, you seem to be doing all right.
A lot different than when I knew you in Hollywood, Candy.
You look swell, Buff. Too darn swell.
What do you mean?
You bring back too many memories.
You look mighty good yourself, Candy. You're no longer a plump little kid just out of high school. You're downright pretty, gal.
In the good old days, I'd have jumped through hoops to hear you say that.
Got any hoops handy? I'll say it again.
No soap.
Maybe we could revive some of those memories, Candy.
Not a chance, Buff Boy. Things have changed. Hollywood and everyone in it, including you, are a part of a dim, sad past. And instead of just plain Buff, that's a rebuff.
Very cute. I haven't heard the gag pulled since yesterday.
Tell me, did you hear about the body that was found on Telegraph Hill this morning?
I sure did. Now, poor Reg. I told him this picture had a jinx on it before we left the studio. Little things that happened right from the start.
Like what?
Well, in the first place, I wasn't even supposed to be in the picture. They were going to give it to some new kid as a build-up. A week before the first day of shooting, he up and disappeared. He hasn't been heard from since. Well, they shoved me into the breach. Then the assistant director tripped and fell off a catwalk, broke both legs. He had to be replaced.
Anything else, Buff?
Yeah. About that time, Cherry Dana whipped herself into a batch of temperament and walked off the lot. Held up production a week. Then the luggage for San Francisco was rerouted somewhere else. Never has caught up with us. Now the body this morning and Dick's just now.
Certainly sounds like a jinx. By the way, how do you and the great Cherry get along, Buff?
Fine. I try not to see her except on the set. Come here, Candy. Just let me hold you in my arms once. Just once. I want the feel of someone who's truly genuine.
You're still just a little boy, aren't you, Buff?
Okay, Arnold, I'd like to, Well, pardon me. I hate to break this up, but I want to talk to you, Mr. Arnold.
That was a fine time Mallard picked to walk in. And then I got to thinking, maybe it was a fine time. He was due to have a little fire set under him. As I walked out into the other room, the boys in blue had arrived, and they were swarming all over the place. Ames was no longer present, neither was Cherry Dana. I wasn't going to give Mallard the satisfaction of an explanation, so I eased out the door and went down to the lobby. I asked where Ames was staying and went back up to his room, 672. A knock on the door produced results.
Just a moment. Oh, Miss Matson. Something you wanted?
Yes, may I come in?
Why, yes. I was just lying down. This thing about Reg has knocked me for a complete loop.
It seems to be quite a shock to everybody. You've been with Reginald Dix for a long time, haven't you, Ames?
Well, off and on, yes. A good number of years.
How about La Dana?
Cherry? Well, I've known her extremely well, even before she became a top-flight star.
Can you give me any idea who might have had it in for Dix? If you can, you better spill. The truth will come out sooner or later, Ames. It always does in things of this sort.
I've only one little thing I can tell. I've already told it to your lieutenant friend.
Oh? And what's that?
As I got back from Telegraph Hill, I dropped by Reg's suite. Wanted to talk about tomorrow's shooting. As I drew near his door, I heard loud arguing.
Arguing? Who were the opponents?
Reg and Cherry Dana.
Mm-hmm. And what were they arguing about, Ames?
You?
So that's it. Tell me, is Cherry the kind of woman who would turn killer on an impulse?
It's hard to say. She has a terrible temper.
Mm-hmm. Does Buff Arnold fit into the picture in any way?
I don't know. He's a sly one, that Arnold. He plays his cards in strictly a commercial manner. May fit into the picture. He and Reg were never too friendly.
I see. Well, thanks, Amesy. I'll leave now, and you'd better lock your door. The way things are going, you might wake up to find yourself dead. I went up to Cherry Dana's suite, but I drew a blank there, no answer. So I went back to the scene of the murder, Dix's room's on the top floor. Mallard was just leaving. He shot me a look that would have knocked out a North Korean tank at 1,000 yards and started to brush on by me, but I would have none of it. Now, just a moment, Boy Blue. Come on back to that over 21 level. Just because Buff had his arms around me is no sign we were playing a scene from Romeo and Juliet.
I don't think I've seen that close a grip even in professional wrestling.
Oh, cut it out. What'd you turn up in there? Anything at all?
No, not a thing. Can't even find the murder weapon.
Got any ideas?
Lots of them. We've already taken Miss Dana into custody.
I had a hunch it was leading in that direction.
Incidentally, did you ever hear of a Christopher Seema? He's been a bookie around town here for several years.
Christopher Seema? No, can't say I have. Why?
He was the boy who was hanging from the tree. According to our files, he dabbled in everything from gambling to blackmail.
Seema. Seema, that name rings bells somehow, Mallard.
One other thing. This isn't personal, you understand?
Yeah.
But stay away from Buff Arnold. We've got our eye on him, too.
Little things were suddenly clicking way back in my mind, awfully vague, but the old processes from years before were coming to life ever so slowly. Mallard had work to do, plenty of it, down at the Hall of Justice, work in which I was included out. I went outside on California Street, watched him get into a squad car with two of his men, and I waved him a goodbye. That was when I had another idea. Dix's suite. Cops were through with it. The body had been removed. But I had a hunch that was the key to the situation. Knowing the manager of the Montfair, it was no trouble at all to get a key to Reg's suite, and that's where I headed, up to the top floor. I let myself into the darkened room, closed the door behind me. With the lights of the city way below seeping through the balcony window, I found a place in back of the settee and sat down to wait and think. The balcony window being opened, the roar of the city traffic underneath came gently through and helped my thinking. That's when it hit me. Seema. Several years before I had served my term in Hollywood, there was an actress named Vivian Seema. The same face as that of Cherry Dana. Now the clouds were beginning to lift, and at the same time the door opened in the suite and the silhouetted figure of a man entered the room.
Blast the luck.
Okay, Buff. Relax. What? This is Candy. Come on over here by the settee. Hurry. I'm expecting company.
What are you doing here, Candy?
You've got the wrong page of the script. That's my line. What are you doing here, Buff?
Honestly, you've got to believe me. I left my lighter here this afternoon. I was afraid the police would find it. Naturally, I can't afford any bad publicity. It'd ruin my career.
I believe you, Buff. You always were fond of that career, weren't you? Don't answer, just keep quiet.
What's up?
A guy named Seema, if I'm right. Since Reginald Dix didn't like him. Wait a minute. I think I hear someone coming along the hall. The door slowly opened and closed again. The dim light from the hall showed the form of another man. Then the dark figure moved slowly but surely across the room. It stopped for a second or two, as though listening for something. Then moved again to the balcony, out onto the balcony, and whoever it was grabbed the ledge above, hoisted his feet up onto the iron grillwork, and hung over the city. That's when I acted. Okay, Ames, stay right where you are, in that position.
What? You think I'm a fool? Candy's out on that ledge. He's ducked around the outside on that ledge.
I'm a fool. Quick, Buff, go down the hall and get out on the fire escape. Cut him off.
Okay, what are you going to do?
Go out on that ledge after him. You better come back, Ames. You're cut off at both ends.
Oh, no, I'm not. Not with this gun I've got.
That's the same gun you killed Dix with, isn't it? Very clever hiding it up on this ledge out here. No wonder Mallard and his boys didn't find it. Look out there on the city, Ames. One misstep and you go off into space. Think it over. You better come back.
Not on your life.
I'm coming after you.
I'm down at the other end, Candy.
Good. Now we've got him.
Yes. Yes, you have. Obviously, this is the end. Perhaps you don't know what it is to love. Perhaps you don't know what it is to be scorned. I do, painfully so. This is the end. But I'm not going to go alone. You're going with me, Miss Matson, like this.
No, the recoil. It'll knock you right out of the neck.
Oh!
So it was just a matter of jealousy. Is that right, Candy?
That's right, Mallard, dear. The same thing you developed when you walked in on Buff Arnold and me.
Okay, so I was burned up. Tell me more.
It was the name Seema that did it, Mallard. Do you know what that is?
All right, I'll play quizzies with you. What's the name Seema?
Seema is Ames, spelled backwards.
Uh-oh.
You see, that was Ames's real name. At one time, he had married Cherry Dana under the name of Seema. When she began to be big in pictures, she divorced him, but he carried the eternal torch.
Silly, she wasn't worth it.
Of course not. Because she collected men. Reginald Dix, not because she loved him, but because she was fading in pictures, and because Dix was the only one who could keep her in front of the public.
Logical. But what about the Seema hung up in the tree on Telegraph Hill?
Uh-huh. There we have the plot. The Seema up in the tree was Ames's brother, a ne'er-do-well. The night that Ames arrived in town here, he looked up his brother, got a bit tight, and told him what he'd done. Caused the original leading man to disappear, shoved the original assistant director off a platform, breaking his legs. In general, did everything he could to sabotage the picture. Then he pulled the strings to get himself named as assistant director so he could be near Cherry.
Love and jealousy.
Mallard, I'll get to that in time. Cherry had vaguely promised that she'd remarry Ames. But when he saw his own brother was going to blackmail him, he went crazy. That's when he strung him up with the dummies in the trees. From there, it was just a step to knock off Reginald Dix and have a clear track for himself.
I'll go back to what I said to begin with. Why did these characters from Hollywood have to come up here to San Francisco and louse up our scenery, as well as our police department?
Oh, to heck with your police department. That's the last time I'm going to climb around a ledge hundreds of feet in the air.
Not so strange. Buff Arnold was out on that ledge, too, wasn't he?
Oh, Mallard, sometimes you make me so... That reminds me, I have a date tomorrow night.
Sure, with Buff Arnold.
No, that's tomorrow morning. I'm driving him down to the railroad station. Date for tomorrow night? With you, Mallard, dear. We're going to see a Roy Acuff movie.
Oh, Candy. Roy Acuff. Monarch of all the cowboys.
Yeah, monarch of all the cowboys. I'll see him with you. And if that isn't love, I don't know what is.
Listen again next week at this same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial...
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Hal Burdick as Reginald Dix, John Grover as Ames, the assistant director, Mary Milford as Cherry Dana, Kurt Martell as Buff Arnold, and included in the cast was Ken Langley. Henry Leff plays the part of Lieutenant Ray Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and directed by Monty Masters. Sound effects are created by Bill Brownell, and Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. The characters in tonight's play were entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. Tonight's engineer was Clarence Stevens. The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
They all knew he was aboard the yacht when it exploded and sank, and everybody called his death an accident. That is, everybody except the corpse himself. He said it was murder.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Restless Day.
It had been a long, hard Saturday night that topped off a long, rugged week. When I finally got to bed dog-tired at 5 a.m. Sunday morning, I was planning to stay there until I'd caught up on all the sleep I'd lost and gained a running head start on the coming week. And by 3 in the afternoon on the day of rest, I figured that job was only about half done. But whoever it was that started riding my doorbell had a different idea. I held out until the buzzer stopped, but it was only a change of tactics, so I gave up. All right, I know when I'm licked. Just a minute.
Thank heaven you're in, Mr. Marlowe.
Hmm?
I don't know what I'd have done otherwise. Sorry.
It's all right.
Here, read this. This story on the front page.
What?
No, down here.
Oh, yacht explosion, death label accident, huh?
Yes.
Oh. Mystery blast which destroyed the Rollins yacht at Santa Monica Friday night, and in which Benjamin Rollins, noted cosmetics manufacturer, was killed, was established today by police investigators as accidental.
Sorry, I spoke too much.
That's all right. The explosion which shattered and sank the 50-foot pleasure boat was caused by a leaking fuel line. Rollins, known to be a chain smoker, is believed by witnesses to have continued on page 7.
Never mind, Marlowe. I'll tell the rest.
Yeah. Think you'll make it?
There are two frightening things wrong with that story.
Well, go ahead. Frighten me.
First, the explosion was no accident. That fuel line was repaired a week ago. Second, Ben Rollins was not killed.
You're shaking my faith in the American press. How do you know all this?
Because I am Benjamin Rollins.
Yes. Well, look, fella, you better dial 116 on the phone and tell the police all about it,
No,
huh?
no, that's exactly what I can't do. Someone's tried to murder me. If they find out I'm still alive, I'll be a target for a second attempt.
Wait a minute.
This is
I need two
continuous.
things right now. One, a cup of coffee. Would you like some?
No, milk, if you please. My doctor insists.
Okay, come on. The other's a good, solid explanation of why everybody thinks you were aboard that yacht.
Well, first, they believe my body was lost in the explosion. You see, I intended to spend the night there because Lucille, my wife, and I had quarreled.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a call, and I had to go out of town on business at the last minute. I went out to the boat, but only to pick up some papers. I was in a hurry. I must have left the lights on. I'd lost my hat in the wind on the way back. It was found in the water. Apparently, I didn't secure the dinghy because that was adrift offshore. Mind you, I read all this in the paper when I got back this morning.
Back from where?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Figures.
I came in on the California Limited. You can check on that. Marlowe, I must know who tried to kill me before they know they've failed.
Uh-huh. That could be tough. Have you got any ideas?
Yes, I have. It might be any one of 3 people.
3?
For instance, Walter Pittman, my ex-partner, threatened to kill me less than a month ago in New York when I won another court decision from him.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's my business manager, a fellow named Slater. I almost fired him last week, the arrogant fool. It's always when I get cross this comes out.
I see.
And I'm sorry to say it, but Mrs. Rollins would no doubt rather have me dead than alive. That's quite a lineup for a mere cosmetics chemist, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Look, you haven't been running lipstick experiments with somebody else's live equipment, have you, Rollins?
Hmm? Oh, certainly not. I've been working so hard I haven't time for my wife. To say nothing of another woman. Oh, Marlowe, I'm frightened. I must get to the bottom of this. I'll pay you double your usual fee. Will you help me?
Okay, Rollins, it's a deal. If I hurry, I might get in on your funeral. Under the circumstances, that should make somebody due for a very big surprise. A shave and a shower later, and I checked my wheezing client's credentials, settled him down in my apartment with orders to answer the phone, but not the door, and drove out to Santa Monica, where the not very late Ben Rollins had made his home. I had a list of names, addresses, and phone numbers of people close to Rollins. That is, close enough to kill. And I decided that Arthur Slater, the business manager, was my best bet for an opener. He had been described as soft-spoken, efficient, and somewhat arrogant. And after I found his cottage on Seaview Drive and walked up to the door, I heard someone inside offering a similar description, but with more color.
Mighty routine, Arthur Slater. If you think for 2 minutes you can throw little Angie over any time you feel like it after all the promises you've made, you're wrong.
That's just about enough, Angie.
Not by half, brother. I know which way the wind is blowing, and it's a nice big wind. Nobody kicks me out, and I mean nobody. So think it over, Mr. Big. Oh, get out of my way.
Yes, ma'am. Cute kid. Friend of yours, Slater?
Who are you? Another insurance investigator?
That's right. My name's Marlowe. May I come in?
Yes, certainly. All the others did.
Thanks. Who knows? I may be the last. Slater, I've got 3 reasons for believing that yacht explosion was no accident.
Not an accident? What reasons are you talking about?
For one, Walter Pittman.
Pittman? You mean Rollins' ex-partner?
You know him, huh?
Well, only by name. I never met the man.
All right, then. Let's talk about reason number 2, Lucille Rollins. How do you feel about her, Slater?
Well, you must be out of your mind, Marlowe. She and Ben fought constantly, yes.
Slater, I asked how you felt about Mrs. Rollins.
I don't like her. And now, what or who is reason number 3?
You are. You had an argument with Rollins last week. He practically fired you.
And you think I'd kill him over that?
Could be.
Look, Marlowe, Ben Rollins drove himself like an overloaded truck. He had a cigarette cough, nervous shakes, and bad dreams. To me, bureau drawer eyelashes and glue-on fingernails simply aren't that important. So we had frequent arguments. Now, do you have any more smart reasons you'd like to discuss, or would you care to leave?
Just one thing more. Why does your girlfriend think you're a little stuck up these days?
You're becoming a bit too personal, Marlowe. Get out. I'm not compelled to answer any of your questions. There's an established legal procedure.
Skip it, Slater. If I need to, I'll be back. And I'm fairly chummy with the boys in blue myself, so I'll get the answers if I want them. Good night, Big Shot. Arthur Slater was like a billiard ball, hard to rub the wrong way. And if he did have an angle, he was playing cagey. So as long as I was in the neighborhood and the trail was hot, I figured I'd have a talk with the Spitfire, Angie. It wasn't hard to trail her. The corner newsboy had heard her get into a cab. The cabbie swore he'd never forget her. Swore again. So finding her apartment was less trouble than unfolding a $5 bill. When I pulled up across the street from her place, I noticed a big car as big as the average garage and older than last year's college graduate parked in front. It was a black Pierce Arrow and someone with a mouthful of cigar hulked behind the wheel. The cigar was pointed at me as I crossed the street. When I went up the stairs to Angie's door, it was still pointed at me. But I forgot about that when the apartment door opened. Angie was relaxed. There were little glints of gold in her green eyes. And the warm lights behind her shimmered on soft waves of hair, a shade of burnished copper. Maybe she was a Spitfire, but at the moment, her damper was down.
Yeah. Well, Buster, you got your mouth open. You might as well say something.
Angie, who do you think murdered Ben Rollins?
Murdered? My mistake, chum. Good night.
Just a minute. This is business, honey.
Who are you, anyhow?
Philip Marlowe. You ran over me on your way out of Slater's place a few minutes ago and dented my ego.
Well, sue me. Who are you working for, Shamus?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. But I will tell you this, sweetheart. The explosion on that yacht was no accident. So I'm checking up on wives who'd rather be widows.
Lucille Rawlins? Nuts. She was rolling in dough either way. She hated her job, but she sure didn't have to kill to quit. Get your compass fixed, Marlowe.
Wrong way, huh? Well, suppose Lucille were in love with Pittman, maybe.
Pittman? Who's he?
Shot in the dark. Tell me something, Angie. Your boyfriend Slater has picked up a lot of push lately. How come?
Some big deal they've been working on at the plant. And he makes me sick. Gets the first sniff of a success, and suddenly all his hats are too small.
Especially his old hats, honey. And you can't blame the guy if he's really on his way up now, can you?
Listen, Mac, I'll tell you, him, and the whole world something. Nobody is going to put little Angie on the skids. If there's a heave-ho pulled around here, Mr. Hotshot Slater himself will get it, and right in the neck. So if you happen to be snooping for him, Marlowe, you can putter right back and tell him so. Now beat it.
That's not a bad idea. Oh, by the way, what's Angie stand for?
Angelica? But don't count on it, brother. Don't count on it.
As I went down the front steps, the cigar and the black Pierce Arrow lined up on me again and followed me as I crossed the street and got into my car. It was still pointing at me as I drove away, but after all, the street was public property and the guy could smoke a cigar if he wanted to. Well, by the time I knocked on the front door of the Rawlins home, I was braced for a deluge of tears and a session of red-eyed hysteria. So I was caught off balance by the handsome blonde woman of 35 with a wry, crisp waistline who was cool, calm, and well-collected in green slacks. She introduced herself as Lucille Rawlins.
Sit down, Mr. Marlowe. You said you're a friend of Ben's?
That's right, Mrs. Rawlins. I stopped by to offer my condolences. But apparently condolences aren't much in order today. No tears, huh? Not even crocodile tears.
I'm not a hypocrite, Mr. Marlowe, that's why. I'm merely stunned and confused over this terrible accident, and I'm not sure yet how I feel.
Yeah, it was an accident, all right. Especially since that leaky fuel line that caused it was repaired a week ago.
It had been repaired?
Oh, yeah. It's interesting, isn't it?
Who are you, Marlowe?
I'm a private detective, and I know a lot more than that. I know, for instance, that the insurance on the boat alone will keep you in pretty doodads for several years. And that's only a drop in a bucket.
Mr. Marlowe, I think you'd better leave.
And I think you better climb down off that high horse and listen. Because I haven't even started yet. Ben was a hated man by Pittman, by Slater, and maybe by you. And I can prove he didn't die accidentally, baby, so I'd like some nice straight answers, huh? When did you see Pittman last?
I've never seen Walter Pittman. I don't even know what he looks like. Ben and I were married 2 years ago. He broke with Pittman long before that.
But you're pretty chummy with Arthur Slater.
That's a lie. Why, we hardly spoke until a week ago.
You picked a poor time to get friendly, baby.
Listen here, Marlowe. Mr. Slater, I ran into each other purely by accident one afternoon last week. I happened to stop in at a small bar in downtown Los Angeles. Mr. Slater was there at a table talking with some man, a stranger to me. When he saw me, he came over. He seemed upset. So upset.
Wait a minute.
That
Is there anyone else here now?
Well, no. My maid went out to the movies. What's the matter?
I heard something, a noise. Sounded like it came from the service boys. Come on, let's have a look.
Well, I don't know what anyone... Hey! The lights went off.
Somebody turned them off. You better... Lucille, look out! The bullets which had been intended for Lucille had only traveled the width of the kitchen, but miraculously both had missed. Whoever had thrown them moved out fast, because when I got through the service porch and into the backyard, nothing stirred, except the restless ends of a pepper tree. But a second later, a heavy, clanking motor roared on the side street, and I got to the fence just in time to see a boxcar on rubber tires skid around the corner. It was a black Pierce Arrow. I went back to the house, found the master switch, and turned on the lights. Lucille, her face strained and bloodless, stood in the kitchen door and watched me. A hole had been punched in the back screen door, and on the floor was a strange object which had been used to unhook the lock. It looked like an oversized bobby pin wearing rubber pants, which didn't mean a thing to me. But to Lucille, who stared at it like it was a centipede she just found in a cream puff, it meant plenty.
Ben.
What?
It's like Ben himself was here. Like he wasn't killed at all.
What are you talking about? What is this thing, anyway?
I don't know. Part of some new invention he was working on. For the last month, Ben carried 2 or 3 of these things with him everywhere.
Look, Lucille, where's your phone?
Right there.
Oh.
But, Marlowe, you don't suppose... Who are you going to call?
Friend of mine. He'd better be in, too. Go.
Marlowe. What's the matter, Marlowe? Busy?
Yeah, busy. He's either talking to someone or he's gone out after leaving the phone off the hook. And either way, Lucy, that makes my friend very busy.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, it may have taken a little detective work finding a much-wanted man last week, but an unprecedented number of listeners seem to have turned Philip Marlowe. For Jack Benny's largest audience this season found him here on his opening show on CBS. Tomorrow night, Jack will be back with Mary, Dennis, Phil, Rochester, and Don for more of the fun that's made the Jack Benny Show the #1 comedy in radio. You'll find him right here on CBS every Sunday at 7 Eastern Standard Time. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Restless Day.
When I left Lucille Rawlins, the feminine target for tonight, I headed for Angie Gordon's, where I'd first seen the man with a cigar in his face, who I suddenly figured might be Walter Pittman. And as I drove, I felt like my brains had spent the night playing leapfrog in a squirrel cage. Because any way I call the dice, every one of my clients suspected of murdering him somebody else. And just to keep things from making any sense at all, I suspected my client. I pulled up near Angie's and saw the Pierce Arrow parked, lights and a man with cigar out. When I got close to the bungalow door, I knew that the lady was at home.
Now, look here,
and that she was receiving a gentleman caller, more or less.
Tell me your name is Smith, which incidentally I don't believe. And then you start asking a lot of very personal questions. How cozy.
Now, please, you do not understand. There are certain things about the death of Ben Rawlins that I must know. Things that mean a lot to me.
How much a lot?
Well, $100 maybe.
What? Now, don't tell me that's all you could stuff into that briefcase there in your hand.
Listen, girl, I must know whether that explosion on the boat was an accident or not.
The police let it go as an accident?
Never mind that. You are Slater's girl. You must know something about him as well as the other one who was here. Now, you tell me. Quick.
Stay away from me, you big lug. I don't know anything. Let go of me,
You heard the lady, Pittman. Let go.
How do you know my name?
I read tea leaves. And while we're all asking questions, do you mind telling me why you were throwing bullets at the chinaware on Mrs. Rawlins?
I did no such thing. I don't even know Mrs. Hollins.
You're a liar, and it's dull as the sauerkraut. The gun in your pocket will prove it.
I have no gun in my pocket. Here, look for yourself.
All right, I will. But if it's all the same to you, I'll start with your briefcase.
Give me that.
Why, so you can get to the gun first?
No, because all right, Mr. Smart Man. Go ahead and look. See for yourself that there's absolutely nothing there that concerns you.
When I get my hands on you, I'll break you in
Still,
two.
Marlowe. And don't look so astonished, friend. It's called a gun.
Why, you little...
Skip it, Marlowe. This isn't my idea of returning a favor, but it is good business. You see, baby, little Angie sells out to the highest bidder. And no matter how I add things up, that isn't you.
So exit Pittman, huh? Briefcase and...
What are you staring at?
That little gadget there. Must have fallen out of Pittman's briefcase.
What is it?
Twin brother of an item I found a little while ago, rubber pants included.
What are you talking about, Marlowe?
Nothing, baby. Just tell me how long I sit here.
As long as you like. Now, you see, Marlowe, I just can't afford to let you get to Pittman ahead of me.
Yeah. That good business you were talking about.
Uh-huh. After all, a gal's got to make a living. One way or another, Marlowe. Doesn't she?
There was room to debate Angie's point, but no time. So I skipped her invitation for a drink. Both promised and threatened to see her again and headed for my car in the only direction left, the residence of the local pivot man, Mr. Arthur Slater. When I got to within a block of the place, I parked and then approached slowly, keeping to the shadows all the way. But the house turned out to be as dark and quiet as the inside of a coffin. I was about to leave when some noise a dozen yards behind me said that I was no longer alone. I turned quietly and got ready for what I figured would be a reunion with my old buddy, Walter Pittman. But I was wrong. Sneaking through a nearby clump of orange trees with all the deftness of an ox with bunion trouble was no one else but my client, Ben Rollins. When I called his name out loud, he ran toward me, arms and legs flailing the wind like a Kansas scarecrow caught in a tornado.
Marlowe, I've been looking all over for you.
Rollins, why aren't you back in my apartment where you're supposed to be?
I couldn't wait any longer. I was afraid something had happened to you. When you didn't call, I was sure of it. I thought you might be here at Slater's.
But I did call, and all I got was a busy signal.
Oh, about an hour ago. Why, that was a friend of yours. He wanted to know if you'd play cards with him tonight. Now, do you believe me?
Oh, for the time being, yes. Incidentally, Rollins, do these mean anything to you, these oversized bobby pins?
Good Lord, the curlers. Where did you get those curlers, Marlowe? They should be in my safe.
Well, I found one at your house and the other in a briefcase that belonged to Walter Pittman.
Marlowe, these are samples of my newest invention, these hair curlers. They can produce a home permanent wave overnight that'll last for 6 months. It's worth millions to me.
If you live.
Yes. Now, it should be easy to figure out who wanted to kill me.
I'm not so sure. If you didn't even know these were missing, why should someone have to kill you to get hold of them? And second of all, how come the shooting's still going on?
What shooting are you talking about?
Over at your place. Somebody tried to kill your wife there just before I called you. And that brings us right back to your alibi about talking to Ibarra at the time. It's a little too pat, Rollins. Besides, that curler could very easily have dropped out of your pocket.
But why should I shoot at Lucille?
For the best reason in the books, you wanted to kill her. And when that yacht business almost boomeranged on you, you still hadn't changed your mind. And that led to this whole routine with me double-billed as Patsy and star witness both.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Marlowe. I couldn't have set that explosion on the yacht as a trap for Lucille.
Why not?
Because it was on account of me that Lucille wasn't on the yacht herself that night.
What?
After we argued, we decided not to spend any more time under the same roof. Lucille said that suited her fine and she'd sleep on the yacht. We let it go at that till about noon on Friday.
Then you got small about things and said the yacht was yours, maybe? That you'd sleep on it?
Yes. I was just bickering.
Just a minute, Rollins. I've heard enough, and I think I finally understand this whole screwy deal. I'll know for sure just as soon as I can make one single phone call to your house. We'll get back to Slater. Come on. When I got to a telephone and through to the maid at the Rollins place, I was almost positive that in another minute I'd have both a solid answer for my client and a couple of clumsy customers for the law. But when the shaky voice at the other end of the tube told me that Lucille had just left the house in high gear, after mumbling something about a place called Inspiration Point. I stopped being confident and started to worry. And when I tossed the jackpot question at the maid and got the winning answer, that worry became something worse, and it must have showed.
What is it, Marlowe? What did you find out?
Too much to explain now. Where's Inspiration Point, Rollins?
About a mile south of here, straight along the shore.
Good. What kind of a car does your wife drive?
A blue Nash. What's Inspiration Point got to do with Lucille, Marlowe?
Everything. Now, look. You call the cops and tell them to get out there as fast as they can. Do you get me? As fast as they can. Inspiration Point turned out to be an acre of wind-swept rock that overlooked the cold January sea. And after I saw Lucille's empty car, I crept, staggered, and fell down the narrow, winding trail that led from the road to the promontory itself. I was afraid that I was going to be too late to stop what I was sure was a hastily scheduled murder. But a minute later, when I rounded the last crazy turn in the trail, I felt better. Because standing only a couple of yards away from me, her hair slapping wildly against the upturned collar of her coat, and very much alive, was Lucille Rollins. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly I caught the expression in her eyes. I turned to follow the line of her unblinking gaze, and I knew that I hadn't arrived any too soon. Because the lady was being held at the point of a gun held by Arthur Slater. I closed my hand tight around the Colt 38 in my pocket and moved closer.
When you called me at the house, you said that my husband was alive and with you. Why did you lie to me?
Because I knew that would bring you running. And I had to be alone with you, Lucille, so I could do what I missed doing last time.
Last time? You mean the yacht? You did that?
Yes. But somehow or other, Ben was out there instead of you. So that accident was a waste of time. But this one, the bereaved wife who jumped or fell to her death from the edge of Inspiration Point, won't be.
But why, Slater? Why do you want to kill me?
There's no time to explain, Lucille.
And we'll take time, Slater.
Marlowe, you!
Yeah, me.
Marlowe! Marlowe, he's going to kill me.
Yes, honey, I know. He had to.
But why, Marlowe? Why?
Because he stole your husband's invention to sell to Walter Pittman. He was going to go into business with him. And now when the cops get here, he's going first to a hospital and then to jail. A grand larceny and attempted murder.
Attempted murder? What about Ben, Marlowe?
Ben was a near miss, honey, nothing more. You'll see what I mean in a minute. When Lucille found out that Ben was still alive, there were a lot of tears and promises to be good from both parties. And it wasn't until an hour had gone by and the police had already booked both Slater and Pittman, who was picked up heading back for L.A., that Mr. and Mrs. Rollins were in any condition to sit down and talk things over, even with the help of coffee and cigarettes in the Rollins home.
Then the whole scheme, Marlowe, was designed by Slater, who, as my business manager, had access to the new curlers.
That's right. Knowing how Walter Pittman felt about you, Slater secretly contacted him to handle the manufacturing end, you see?
Yes, I see.
Well, a few changes in the design, and the whole thing would have been patented and on the market while you and Slater...
Who pretended that Pittman was a stranger to him.
Were still laboring away at last-minute changes.
And when we learned about Pittman's product, Slater would act as surprised as Ben here.
You're so right, Lucille. That was the plan. Oh, but it fell apart. See, it fell apart when you accidentally ran into Slater in that small bar in downtown L.A., do you remember?
Yes.
When he was with Pittman, the man you described to me as the stranger?
Yes, of course.
All right. Well, he realized then that with Pittman's product a success, you would sooner or later see a picture of Pittman, the newly rich inventor, and recognize him as the man you saw with Slater before Pittman's product was on the market.
So that meant that Slater either had to get rid of Lucy or give up his entire plan. Have you got a match, Mr. No, I'm going to give them up. But Marlowe, was Pittman involved in the murder attempt, too?
Oh, no. He drew the line at the theft. See, when he found out that you had died mysteriously, he turned up here to check on Slater because he couldn't afford to be mixed up in your murder.
I see. But how did you figure all this, Marlowe?
Well, after I had tangled with everybody, I was no place. Angie Gordon was looking for an angle. You, Lucille, were getting shot at.
Poor darling.
Yeah, and Pittman and Slater were not on the same team. At least as far as the business on the yacht was concerned. Nobody seemed to have a clear-cut motive.
But when I told you that Lucille herself was supposed to stay on the yacht that night, you had the answer.
That was the time. After I called your house and asked the maid the jackpot question, which was, who aside from you, Ben, knew that Lucille was going to sleep on the yacht Friday night?
And she said Slater, didn't she?
Yeah. Said something else, too. She also said that you had left for Inspiration Point in a big hurry.
Yes. Then Slater tried to kill me first on the yacht, second in the house here, and finally out on the point.
Mm-hmm. But in the end, it worked out fine, darling. Because the third time was the charm. For us. Well, by the time I was through tying in all the loose ends for my client and his wife, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was dog-tired all over again. When I got into my car and started away from the place, Ben and Lucille were standing in the doorway waving at me and smiling. So as I drove back toward L.A., I forgot about the sleep I was missing and thought about them. A couple who couldn't get along until one or the other of them had been robbed, dynamited, and shot at. Yeah, I guess it's really so. As the old bromide has it, the path of true love never does run smooth. Smoothly. It's smooth. Oh, well.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell. Script is by Mel Dinelli, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lorette Philbrandt, Edgar Barrier, Virginia Gregg, John Daner, and Jack Moyles. The special music was by Richard Arunt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
Somewhere in the cold, persistent rain that made the city itself seem a thing of evil, a girl had disappeared, and it was my job to find her. But before I did, I found death and a devil.
I hate crime. One of the nicest spots in town is the corner of Martin Place and George Street, right at the GPO. It's where most of Sydney's dames go by. On the morning I'm telling you about, I was standing there watching the procession. And I was having a wonderful time, comparing one with the other, when something right out of a satin-lined box walked up to me.
Mr. Kent?
Yeah? How did you know my name?
Never mind about that. I've heard you're a gentleman.
Oh, you haven't met some of the people I know.
Please, I'm in trouble. Pretend you're an old friend. Smile.
Sure. Somebody tailing you? I mean, somebody following?
Yes, a man.
Okay. Say, did you ever hear the one about the Armenian, the Scotchman, and the Yank?
Yes, it's really very funny, isn't it?
Well, how do you like that? I don't even crack the gag and she laughs. Say, come around sometime when I'm in really good form. Is he still around?
Yes.
Where?
Don't look. Yes, it's really very funny.
Sure. You want to get out of here?
I'd appreciate it.
Okay, let's take a cab. So, we took a cab. And I never did get a look at the guy following Moira. Yep, that was her name. Moira. Moira was all in blue. Blue hat, blue suit, blue eyes. I wasn't surprised that a guy was following her. One look at that silhouette and any guy who was healthy would like to form a one-man occupation army. I told the cab driver to go to Bondi, just in case anybody heard me give the directions. Then I made him detour back to town and stop at the lower end of George Street near a certain little coffee shop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kent.
Don't mention it. How about a cup of something, huh?
No, thank you.
Oh, but we've only begun to get acquainted.
I'm sorry, I must go.
But wherever it is you're going, won't you let me take you?
You've done enough already.
Well, I'm a glutton for punishment.
Goodbye, Mr. Kent.
And there I was, standing on the sidewalk looking at the disappearing view of the nicest 13,000 square inches of woman you've ever seen. But I'm philosophical about things like that. Besides, I had a hunch I'd be meeting Moira again. 3 hours later, my hunch came good. Larry Kent, private investigation.
Moira Stanton, you met me at the GPO this morning.
Yeah. I've been thinking about you.
I've been thinking about you.
Seriously?
Very seriously. I'd like to see you, Mr. Kent.
You just name the time and the place. I'll be there.
My flat. Just as soon as you can get here?
I didn't waste any time. I got her address, hung up, took the lift, got into my car, broke 3 traffic regulations, and was standing at her door in 5 minutes. She was waiting for me.
Come in, Mr. Kent.
Thanks. I took a look around. Nicely furnished apartment. Good pictures. Good books. Good scotch.
Too much soda?
Just right. Here's to you, Moira.
Your very good health.
Nice place you've got here.
It's comfortable. Mind if I turn on the wireless?
No. The stage was being set for something. Soft music, a filmy sort of lounging robe, the scotch, dim lights, and, of course, Moira. I figured I'd find out whether I was supposed to be a leading man or something else. So I moved over on the lounge.
I'm very grateful for what you did this morning.
Forget it.
I'd like to repay you, Mr. Kent.
Why be so formal? People who are close to me call me Larry.
It seems that we're very close.
Yeah. Closer all the time.
Mr. Kent,
Stop talking.
Why did you do that?
Because I eat my breakfast food, and because I figured I'd take advantage of the situation. Before I told that guy to come out from behind the curtain. Come on out. With your hands in the air. That's a good boy. What's your buddy's name, Moira?
I'll tell you. Dennis.
Oh, and a very nice name it is, too. Turn around.
What are you going to do?
Protect myself.
To save you any trouble, the gun is in my right-hand pocket.
A 45. Did you intend to use it on me?
It would have been in my hand if I had.
You could have had your hand in your pocket. All right, what's it all about?
We wanted you to help us.
By posing as a target?
Dennis wasn't going to shoot you. He stayed there to listen to our conversation. I didn't think you'd kiss me.
You left yourself wide open for it. But suppose I hadn't kissed you.
Then I would have asked for your assistance.
In what capacity?
We need someone we can trust.
Huh. I'd say you don't trust anybody.
We have to be very careful.
Uh-huh. Do you trust me now?
Dennis?
I think so, Moira.
So what happens? I give you back your gun, relax, and then wait for someone to plug me. Oh, no thanks.
Mr. Kent.
No, I don't like the setup, sweetheart. I don't know what the score is, and I'm not interested in finding out. So I'll just keep the 45, walk backwards, and say good night.
Please listen to me, Mr. Kent.
I didn't listen. It looked too much like a frame job, so I hit the road. When a dame hides a guy with a .45 behind her living room curtains, I'd rather be sitting in a movie. That's just what I did. I went to a newsreel. Then I visited the office, looked at some bills, and went home for a shower. After that, I sat down with my address book. Who is it?
Moira!
I put away my address book. Felt for my .32 in its holster, in case Moira had an escort. And then I went to the door.
Mr. Kent, Mr. Kent.
Why the excitement? Come in.
I had to see you.
She was wearing a light coat that she hadn't bothered to button. Underneath was the same filmy thing she'd been wearing at her apartment. She must have left in a hurry.
You must help me, Mr. Kent.
Why?
It's Dennis.
What did he do?
He's dead.
When?
A half hour ago.
How did it happen?
Someone shot him.
Keep talking, Moira.
After you left, Dennis and I talked things over. Finally, we decided to come to you and ask for help.
With or without a gun?
Mr. Kent, please.
Okay, go on.
I thought it would be best if we saw you here in your flat. So we waited till 6:30. Then I went into my bedroom to get some clothes. No sooner did I leave Dennis than someone came in through the front door and shot him.
Why?
Because of the money.
Money? Moira, if I'm going to help you, I've got to know everything. Okay?
I intend to tell you everything.
Good. Who was Dennis?
My brother.
Oh, what about the money?
It belonged to my father. He died 3 months ago.
Did he give it to you?
Yes.
Well, then it's yours, isn't it? So why come to a private detective for help? The police force will give you all the protection you need.
I can't go to the police.
Why not?
You see, Dad left a will, making my foster mother executor of his entire estate.
And he changed his mind at the last minute.
His mind was changed 3 years ago, when he found out what Angeline was.
Angeline?
Angeline Whiting. I could never force myself to call her mother.
Oh, you didn't get along, huh?
No. I tried. It wasn't difficult to see that she married Dad only for his money.
Moira, why didn't he make out a new will?
He couldn't. When he found out about Angeline, that added to business worries, led to a nervous breakdown. He spent the last years of his life in an asylum.
Mentally unfit?
Yes. Angeline couldn't get him there quickly enough. But he had his clear moments. The first time, he hid £30,000.
And the second time?
He told Dennis and I where he'd hidden it.
I see. Does your foster mother know about it?
She's probably guessed.
Have you seen her lately?
Not since Dad was buried.
Come on, kid. We're going back to your apartment. Moira was all shaken up. I had to help her climb the stairs. Any other time, it would have been a very nice job. But the body of her brother was in the apartment. I don't know even now what I intended doing, but I wanted to look around first. The lights were on. Dennis was stretched on the carpet. And a committee was waiting for us.
Come in. Both of you.
Well, hello, Inspector. Take a chair, Moira.
Are you Moira Stanton?
Yes.
How did it happen?
She told him. Then the inspector looked at me.
Where do you come into it, Kent?
I told him. But neither Moira or I mentioned the money. Inspector Daniels scratched his nose, shook his head, and put a match to the end of his cigar. Then he got down to the business of really asking questions. And Moira told him something she hadn't mentioned to me.
Last week an attempt was made to kidnap Dennis.
By whom?
2 men. He didn't recognize them. They tried to force him into their car, but he struggled and managed to run away.
Why wasn't it reported to the police?
We should have reported it, I suppose.
That's all right. No one ever cooperates with us.
Inspector, are you going to keep this girl up all night? She's had an awful shock.
Yeah. I'll get in touch with you tomorrow, Miss Stanton.
Thank you. I couldn't stay here.
My landlady has a spare room in her apartment. I'll phone her.
Thank you.
Even landladies have hearts. Mine said okay. And then she added that she'd put it on my rent bill. Moira picked up some clothes and I took her with me. We said goodnight at the door.
You're putting a lot of faith and trust in me.
I don't think I'm taking a chance.
Should we have told the police about the money?
We should have. And we will. But first, we'll wait for somebody to make a move. $30,000 is a lot of potatoes. And there were undoubtedly some characters in town itching to dig it up. In the morning, there was a call from Inspector Daniels. He wanted to ask Moira some questions again. I drove her to headquarters and recommended that she stall and play dumb. That wasn't exactly cooperating with the boys in blue, but, well, they don't always use their imagination. I went to my office and sat there for an hour or so, and then...
Good morning.
2 characters walked in. They were well-dressed and smiling. The more talkative one of the 2 made the introductions.
My name is Tom Ellis, and this is my partner, Bob Allen.
Hello. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
You take cases the police won't handle, don't you?
Sometimes. But it's according to why the cops won't touch the case.
Oh, there's nothing illegal about this. You see...
He started talking. It was a good story. Ellis and Ellen were supposed to be business partners. It seemed that one of their employees was typing on the cash register, and they wanted to catch him without any police action. I listened. The guy was such a good talker that I was completely taken in.
If we find that the man we suspect is guilty, we'll discharge him and let it go at that, see?
Mm-hmm. I got out of my chair and walked to the window. It was a big mistake.
Grab his arm.
Got him.
Take it easy.
Okay.
Bob, which isn't my friend's real name, by the way, was once a champion weightlifter, Kent.
And he wasn't kidding. I couldn't move my arms.
See? It doesn't pay to struggle.
What do you want?
The 30,000 pounds.
Outside of a bank, I've never seen 30,000.
The girl came to you. She either gave it to you or told you where it is.
Moira?
You know I mean Moira.
She never told me about any 30,000 pounds.
Hold him very still, Bob.
I've got him.
Where is it?
You're wasting your time.
What did she do with the money?
How many times do I have to tell you that I...
Let go of his arm at the door.
Can't I? I didn't know you were busy.
Well, come right in, Inspector.
Well, yes, come in. We were just leaving.
Don't let them out, Inspector.
What?
They're standover men.
Standover men?
What's all this about?
Kent here is a very bad loser, Inspector. He doesn't like to play his poker dates.
Don't listen to them, Inspector.
It's 2 against 1, Kent. Search us if you like, Inspector.
Daniels accepted the invitation. They didn't have anything on them that even resembled a weapon. Smart boys. I had to stand there and watch them leave. Still, I was very glad the inspector walked in when he did. I could almost hear the wheels churning in his brain.
If they're standover men, why are they here?
They had an idea that I could give them some information.
On what?
On some racetrack deal. Why did you come here?
Because I'm not satisfied that you've told me all you know about that murder case.
Everybody I meet this morning thinks I'm holding back information.
It wouldn't be the first time.
No.
But one of these days, Kent, it'll be the last time.
I'll remember that. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with my old buddy, I drove to headquarters where I'd told Moira to wait for me. Then I took her to lunch and for a ride in the country.
Why this, Larry?
It's obvious. I want to talk.
About the money, of course.
Uh-huh. Say, you called me by my first name.
Did I?
Yeah. But we'll get onto that later. Right now, let's talk.
All right.
Where did you put the money?
In my safety deposit box at the bank.
Has your foster mother complained about $30,000 missing from your father's estate?
No. But I'm sure she knows it's missing.
From what I can make out, she's not the type to let 30 grand slip away.
It's one thing I can't understand.
I can.
Larry?
Yeah?
I think a car is following us. I'm sure I noticed it just behind as we left the city.
So did I, sweetheart. Keep looking ahead.
Larry?
Hold on to your hat, Moira.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to see if this thing can hit 80. Uh-huh, they're increasing speed, too.
70? 75?
If I remember right, there's a dirt road on the left ahead somewhere. Yeah, we're coming to it now. Get ready for it, Moira. If they're not, they'll never make it. Here goes. They almost made it, but not quite. Their car turned over about 3 times. 2 men were inside. I pulled them out. They were the guys who'd visited my office. One was dead. The other, who'd call himself Ellis, was very close to it. A motorcycle cop arrived, then an ambulance. Moira and I ended up at police headquarters where we told Inspector Daniels the whole story. He made the usual remarks.
If I want to, Kent, I can get you for withholding information on at least 2 other counts.
But before he could go any further...
Inspector Daniels speaking. Yes, Murphy. What? Oh. I see. He did, eh? Uh-huh. Thanks, Murphy. Well, Miss Stanton, it looks as though you'll eventually get to keep that 30,000 pounds.
What happened?
Did Ellis talk, Inspector?
Yes, just before he died. But his name wasn't Ellis. It was John Cartwright.
Cartwright? Dad mentioned that name.
It seems that he was, very friendly with your foster mother. So friendly that he was willing to kill for her.
And for 30,000 pounds. But where did the other guy come into it?
He was just a small-time hoodlum hired by Cartwright.
Uh-huh. Where do you go from here, Inspector?
Well, my next move is Angeline Stanton. I'll arrange for a warrant right now.
But Angeline Stanton wasn't available when the cops arrived at her place. She must have been psychic. Moira turned the 30,000 pounds over to the authorities and was told she'd get it back in a short while. And me? Well, I stayed close to Moira. First, because I liked her. Second, because her foster mother hadn't been caught. We wondered where she was. But one night in Moira's apartment, we stopped wondering.
Don't move. Don't move!
We didn't. She had a gun in her hand. Her dress was filthy. Her hair hung lankly over her face. Her eyes blazed.
Angeline. Yes. Surprised to see me, aren't you?
What do you want?
What do you think I want? The money.
I've given it to the authorities.
I want the money, Moira. Before your father died, he ranted and raved. He laughed at me. He said that you and Dennis had the money and that I'd never see it. Well, now Dennis will never see it. I want the money.
You're mad.
I want the money.
Get it for her.
Who are you?
That doesn't matter. Go to the desk drawer and get the money, Moira.
Yes, and remember that I have a gun.
When I said desk drawer, Moira understood. There was a .32 in it. A gun I'd placed there for her protection. Angeline kept looking at me, watching my every move. I relaxed my arms.
Keep your hands up.
Sure.
No tricks, whoever you are.
She concentrated on me, pointed the gun in my direction. Meanwhile, Moira was at the desk. She pulled out the drawer. Then she had the gun in her hand.
Angeline!
Angeline swung a gun towards Moira. I saw that just as I dived for her legs. Her shots were as wild as she was.
Let me go. Let me go. I'll kill you. Let me go. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
But her killing days were over. We tied her up. The cops came and took her away, and she ended up in a straitjacket. She'll spend the rest of her life in a room with padded walls, first talking quietly and then screaming, but always about 30,000 pounds. But Moira? Now there's a dame who's going to enjoy her money.
I want you to help me spend some of it, Harry.
Sure.
What will we do? You tell me.
Well, we can go somewhere.
For instance?
Well,
where, Larry? And, what can we do?
You know something? The things I thought of that we could do didn't cost a penny. Good night.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If the trouble you're in is way off the beaten track and you need help that's strictly confidential, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear sir, you employed the word confidential in your advertisement. Well, I need confidential help. My enthusiasm for birds has led me into a predicament. I was watching starlings, but I saw something that was never meant to be seen, and it keeps haunting me, if I really saw it. Unless my eyes deceive me...
My eyes deceive me. I was the witness, the only witness to an outrageous crime. There's nothing more I can say in a letter. Please contact me at once, and it's signed Elliot Wormsley.
Wormsley, that sounds like a name on a Dickens.
Elliot Wormsley, MS, PhD, Statistical Services, Baxter Building.
Birdwatcher, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of canaries is this statistician interested in anyway?
Oh, stop kidding, George. That's a pretty grim phrase. I was the only witness to an outrageous crime.
And he's in a predicament. That's a twist.
What was it he could have seen?
I don't know, Brooksy, but let's see what we can see. Let's drop in on Dr. Wormsley.
These are the binoculars, Mr. Valentine. The ones I use to watch starlings on that penthouse roof down there.
Uh-huh.
But that's almost 3 blocks away, Dr. Wormsley.
I know.
The river house, huh? Pretty swanky.
Golly, George. You can see halfway around the world with these binoculars.
All right, Angel, stop playing. Back to you, Dr. Wormsley. So you looked for starlings and saw a killer hawk, eh?
Something like that, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. Now, just what was this outrageous crime? What did you see that you shouldn't have seen?
Murder.
I guess I dropped your binoculars, Doctor.
Did you say murder?
I can't be sure. But I just trained my eyes down there, as I've been doing for weeks. And in that instant, I'm almost certain I saw a man push another man off the roof. Of course, he had his back to me.
What do you mean, almost certain, Dr. Wormsley?
Well, it was over in a second, and I didn't expect to see what I think I saw. Besides, statistics show that the element of error in visualization over 100 yards is 14 to 1,000.
Yeah, well, we'll take your word for that. But why didn't you go to the police with this story?
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. I'm a modest man, and I don't like publicity. Besides, I'm coming up for the presidency of my club. And, so many people think bird watching is, a little peculiar.
Yes, I know. You wouldn't make it. But murder is a very serious business.
Mr. Valentine, if I'd seen any mention of what I suspected in the newspapers, I would have volunteered this information to the police. But as it is, no crime has been reported.
That's right, George. I didn't see anything about it.
Still, the picture of those 2 men keeps haunting me. I'm thinking of my reputation, but I do have some public spirit, and I have to make sure. My conscience wouldn't let me rest if I didn't.
Oh, I see. And you want me to check at the river house and soothe your conscience?
That's it, young man, precisely. It shouldn't take you more than a day, and I'm willing to pay your usual fee.
Okay, it's a deal, Wormsley. Oh, Brooksy.
Yes, George?
Just on a hunch, get down to the Bureau of Missing Persons. See Finley.
Okay.
Find out if anybody's been reported missing from the river house.
You will keep my name out of this, won't you?
Oh, yes, we'll do our best, Professor. I'll meet you back here later, Brooksy.
Okay, George.
I'm going over to the river house.
Oh, you're very fortunate, Mr. Valentine. Penthouse B is vacant, and it's only $5,400 a year.
Yeah, a point of information, Mr. Stevens. As I get it, the sun deck of this wing facing the river is for the exclusive use of Penthouse A and B.
Oh, it's very private. And Penthouse A is occupied by the Dunlaps, Philip Dunlap, the broker. So that would put you in very good company, and only $5,400 a year.
Well, I was thinking of something a little better, but I'll let you know.
Look who went and rang my doorbell. Wouldn't be the full of brush man, would you?
Not unless my samples are showing.
Oh, come on in anyway. I hope you'll pardon the sunsuit. I wasn't expecting company.
No, it's nothing at all. I mean, practically.
I was out on the roof sunbathing.
I'm Mrs. Dunlap?
That's right.
Well, I'm the chap.
It's been a dull afternoon. Suppose we wait a while before you tell me what you want.
Well, as a matter of fact...
You aren't going to stand there, are you? Here, sit down.
The truth is, Mrs. Dunlap, I may be your next-door neighbor in Penthouse B.
Oh. Well, that would be the first improvement they've made in River House without raising our rent.
I thought it'd be a nice gesture to sort of drop in on my possible neighbors and introduce myself. There is a Mr. Dunlap, isn't there?
Yes, but you needn't worry about him. He hasn't been home for 2 days.
Oh, just like that, huh?
That's Philip for you. Thank heavens. He must have decided to go up to our cabin in the mountains to brood. Or he may be staying at his club. But as I said, this looked like a dull afternoon. We're not going to let it be one, are we? Oh, fine. That wouldn't be Philip. He has his key.
Well, whoever it is, just explain I'm looking at the penthouse next door.
Hal.
Listen, Paula, we haven't heard from Philip yet, and there are letters and contracts he has to sign downtown.
All right, Hal. I'm not my husband's keeper.
Oh, just the same, I thought you might be worried. Oh, I didn't know you were having company.
Well, this gentleman may be our next-door neighbor, I hope. Mr.
The name's Valentine.
Really, Paula?
At least now you know his name.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, this intense young man is my husband's secretary, Hal Sterrett.
How do you do? I don't know what you're going to do, Paula, but I'm going to call the police and report Philip missing.
Please do that, Hal. I'd feel so much better. Lord, how I hate righteous men, especially when they're young. So petulant. Now, where were we, Mr. Valentine?
I was just about to leave.
A mood is a very fragile thing, isn't it?
Oh, you've been right neighborly, ma'am. Goodbye.
I don't think it's goodbye. Anyway, it was very nice, even not having known you.
Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
Oh, Dr. Wormsley.
I was waiting for you to come out of the river house.
But why? I thought you made it a point you were to be the unknown factor in this deal.
After you left, I did some calculating.
Yeah, good for you, good for you. There must be a way of getting into this empty lot without climbing over that fence.
And in my calculations, I discovered that the odds against anything as extraordinary as this happening to an ordinary man like me would be about 14,000 to 1.
You don't say.
So if you don't mind, Mr. Valentine, I'd sort of like to tag along with you and see if I'm really that 1 in 14,000.
Uh-huh. Looks as though there's a gate in this fence. If we can get these trash cans out of the way.
George!
Hey, Brooksy, you should have brought a friend. We'd have a fourth for bridge.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Oh, George, there's been no report of anyone missing in this district.
Oh, thanks.
I was on my way to your office, Dr. Wormsley, when I saw you heading for the river house. So here I am.
Well, kids, let's see what we shall see.
It's just an overgrown lot.
That's right.
George, you think that if Dr. Wormsley is right, the man would
Nothing like checking, Brooksy. Dr. Wormsley, you did say that when you saw a man pushing another one off the roof, his back was towards you?
If I saw what I thought I saw. That's right.
Uh-huh. That would mean he was facing away from you, toward the river.
Yes.
Well, there's the river behind that high-board fence. And on this side of the building, there are only the windows and the elevator shafts and the stairway.
So no one would have seen him fall.
Mr. Valentine, over here, look.
Huh?
That's a man. I mean, it was.
Huh? Past tense is putting it mildly.
Oh, George. Then it wasn't my imagination after all.
No, Dr. Wormsley, it wasn't. And just to quote a few more odds, it's at least 1,000,000 to 1 this is the body of Philip Dunlap.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about the great American pastime. If you're a baseball fan, check these 2 tips for getting the most out of this season. Number 1, when you're driving to and from the game, use fast-starting Chevron Supreme gasoline. Special blending agents in Chevron Supreme give your car speedy warm-up and quick pickup for traffic getaways. And when it comes to hill climbing, premium quality Chevron Supreme gasoline takes you smoothly over the steepest ones. Number 2, at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where you can get Chevron Supreme gasoline, there's a grand gift for you. It's a 48-page book about baseball written by Bert Dunn. You'll find in your free copy of Batter Up the fundamentals about this great American sport. One illustrated section shows how to play each different position. Ask for a free copy of Batter Up tomorrow. It's yours at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's only natural for a member of the Bird Watchers Society, even when he's a professional statistician like Dr. Wormsley, to be watching starlings on a penthouse roof. But when instead his binoculars revealed one man pushing another off that same roof, well, that's just sort of a case George would get involved in. It's about an hour since George found Philip Dunlap's body in the weed-covered lot back of the apartment building. And now we join George and Claire talking to Lieutenant Riley at Homicide.
Yeah, what is it?
Lieutenant Riley, Donnelly just brought Hal Starrett in. Do you want to see him now?
No. Let him cool his heels out there a while with Mrs. Dunlap.
Yes, sir.
Now, about Dr. Wormsley, Lieutenant Riley.
Okay, Valentine, okay. When Lieutenant Johnson turned the case over to me, I didn't know what I was getting in for, but I'll do my best to keep your client's name out of the case.
Oh, you're a pal.
Well, as a matter of fact, Lieutenant, you owe our little birdwatcher a debt. He did uncover a murder.
Miss Brooks, I don't want to appear ungrateful.
Oh, no.
I can always use a new murder.
Oh?
I'm overjoyed that when you and Valentine stumbled over this homicide, you were thoughtful enough to let me know about it.
Oh, well, it's nothing at all.
If you hadn't, I'd lock both of you up and throw the key away.
Well, now that you're back to your own sweet self, would you mind telling us what you found out from Mrs. Dunlap?
Well, she said she was out shopping all that afternoon, and the doorman is alibying her. When she got back, this kid, Starrett, was still there, waiting to see his boss, Mr. Dunlap. He hung around a little longer and then beat it.
Did Mrs. Dunlap suggest that there might have been any bad blood between Starrett and her husband?
Well, she wasn't too anxious to admit it, but it seems young Starrett was being fired.
Yeah, but what was the reason? Bad spelling or making Google eyes at the boss's wife?
I wouldn't know, not yet. Mrs. Dunlap was too broken up to go into every little detail.
Broken up, huh? I can just see her tears flowing like wine.
What do you mean by that?
Well, just thinking out loud.
Yes, Lieutenant?
You can send Starrett in here now.
Yes, sir.
Well, it looks to me as though Mr. Starrett has some explaining to do, or else.
Well, we know that he was there that afternoon, and your Dr. Wormsley saw a man push Dunlap off the roof. Come in, son. Come in.
Lieutenant, I don't understand any of this. Oh, you.
Hello, Starrett.
What are you doing here?
Just a neighborly interest in the fate of your late employer.
Say, what is this?
Yes, George, I didn't know you two had met.
Well, never mind. Now, what's this about Dunlap deciding to fire you, Starrett?
Well,
Why?
He didn't like my work, I guess. That's the usual reason, isn't it?
You'll save a lot of time if you tell us the truth.
You asked me a question, and I gave you the only answer you're going to get.
You had a fight with your boss, didn't you?
No.
In the struggle, you pushed him off the roof.
No.
A man saw you from an office building.
He couldn't have.
Oh, Lieutenant. Yes, Donnelly?
Can I see you a minute?
Yeah, okay. I'll be right back.
Hey, tell me something, Starrett.
Yes?
If you were already fired, why were you so worried about Dunlap? Even going to the Bureau of Missing Persons yourself?
Because he was the best friend I ever had.
It hardly jives with the story Lieutenant Riley is building up.
Say, Starrett.
Yes?
You're a college man, aren't you?
Oh, what of it?
Syracuse, 1942?
What? Why, yes, but how did you know?
This, Phi Beta Kappa, too, aren't you?
That's right. But what are you driving at, Lieutenant?
Well, this Phi Beta Kappa key. The medical examiner found it clenched in Dunlap's fist. It's yours.
I don't know how it could have gotten there.
He must have ripped the key off your chain as he fell off the roof. Okay, Starrett, I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder.
It's nice of you to visit me in jail, Valentine. But what's the use of going over the same story again? Paula would go right...
I'd say it intrigues me, Starrett.
Paula would go right on denying I ever gave her that key. I can't prove it. Why should you believe me any more than anyone else?
Because I happen to know a little more about the lady in question. Now, look, friend, let's stop being delicate. Paula decided she liked your type and made you the odd man in the triangle. That's why Dunlap was giving you the gate.
Oh, I tried to break off with her, but she always managed to be around, taunting me. She had me spinning on my head.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Say, did you have a fight with Dunlap when he fired you?
No, I wish there had been. That would have been easier than the way it was.
Go on.
He was hurt, and I was sick and ashamed of myself. He knew there were others, and that made the whole thing even cheaper.
Now, surely just firing you, Starrett, wasn't the answer for Dunlap.
Oh, he knew that. One of my last acts as his secretary was drawing up the papers that cut her out of his will.
Hey, now, wait a minute. That just puts you in deeper. That means Paula had no motive. Hey, how about insurance?
Well, there was a big policy Philip took out recently with Paula's beneficiary. He didn't change that.
Oh, isn't that kind of strange?
Oh, it wasn't something he overlooked. There was a funny smile on his face when he told me he was leaving that as is.
That's very interesting.
Oh, look, Valentine, I didn't kill Philip. When I was there, I didn't even know he was out on the roof.
Okay, I'll just take it easy. I'll do what I can.
What can you do? You'll never get the truth about that key out of Paula. And Dr. Wormsley swears there was a man out there struggling with Philip. What man? A burglar? One of Paula's ex-boyfriends? Or possibly the man on the moon?
I think I'll drop in on Paula again. I don't know what I expect to find, but with a gal like that, the unexpected is bound to be interesting.
Well, if it isn't my next-door neighbor. What now? Cup of sugar? Couple of eggs?
Well, maybe I did make a little fib, but you didn't believe me anyway, did you, Mrs. Dunlap?
Paula.
Okay, Paula. Too bad about young Sterrett, isn't it?
What a thing to say to a grief-stricken widow. Can I get you anything? We may as well make ourselves comfortable.
You've got a head start in those lounging pajamas. They're really something.
I was wondering when you were going to notice them.
Hey, you know, I never appreciated before what lounging pajamas can do for a woman.
Didn't you?
No. I might say if she were out on a roof and someone happened to see her from Dr. Wormsley's window, he might mistake her for a man.
If he'd never seen a woman before.
His office is more than 2 blocks away. But to get back to our hypothetical woman.
Yeah.
How much do you guess she'd have coming to her if her husband were murdered and there was a nice fat insurance policy, the only thing he didn't cut her out of?
We've gotten a long way from lounging pajamas.
Oh, I don't know. And I can't help wondering what the lady in question would do if she had a perfect patsy and a difficult young man who was suffering pangs of conscience. She might even do something brash if she happened to remember the Phi Beta Kappa key he gave her in a tender moment.
Tell me, have you confided these flights of fancy to anyone else?
Oh, no, my sweet. I wanted you to be the first to know.
And you, my sweet, will ruin your eyes reading all those pulp magazines. There's another angle to this lady of the rooftops.
Oh, what's that?
With all the insurance money she's sure to get, and with an admiring eye for a certain broad-shouldered character who seems to know what it's all about, she might make life very pleasant for him. Very.
You couldn't say he knew what it was all about if he fell for a pitch like that, now, could you?
Oh. I'd better get my cigarette before we go on with this little game.
Or you can quit playing any time you want to.
My dear old father used to play a lot of poker. He used to say the game was never over till the last bluff was called.
Huh? Didn't your old man tell you that even one of those effeminate-looking automatics make a loud noise and leave holes when they go off?
I have a permit for this gun.
Uh-oh. Come on now, Paula. Let's see if you can answer that phone with one hand.
You know, Georgie, that could be your next to the last glib remark.
When that phone stops ringing, you don't worry yourself into a tizzy trying to guess who it was.
We've been supposing a lot of things here tonight. Now let me top it off. Suppose they found you draped on the floor there with a bullet in your head.
Okay, what then?
I was in bed when I heard sounds in the living room. I opened the door. There was a figure in the darkness. After everything I'd been through, I didn't stop to think. I shot the prowler.
I gotta hand it to you, Paula.
Skip it. Just sit there on the couch a few minutes till I get my story straight. When I shoot you, I may have to tell the story 12 times tonight, so it's got to be perfect.
Okay, you stalled too long. You missed your chance, beautiful. It'd be a mistake to shoot me now.
What are you talking about?
Behind you. There's somebody out there on the penthouse roof.
You know I'm smarter than that. Well, who's it?
I'll take the toy now.
Oh, you
Drop
let
it.
go of that, you.
Oh, George, there you are. I tried to call, and then I remembered about the empty penthouse next door and the adjoining sun deck, and... Oh, for Pete's sake, somebody say something.
Oh, just a little parlor game, Brooksy.
Yes. I was just showing Mr. Valentine how I almost mistook him for an intruder.
Oh?
Lieutenant Raleigh will probably find it very amusing when we tell him about it.
Oh, that ain't the way I seen it.
For the time being, Angel, we have to see things Paula's way. But more important right now is to see if we can get a man out of bed.
No trouble at all, Valentine. Don't mind selling a little insurance any time of the night.
Are these all representative policies, Bennett?
Yes, sirree. Anything you want, we've got it. Life, accident, comprehensive liability, tornado insurance, plate glass.
Any insurance against fatality during parlor games?
What's that, Miss Brooks?
Just a private joke.
This life insurance policy.
Oh, any amount you want. Just a simple physical
Well, these
examining.
clauses at the beginning, they're pretty standard in all life insurance policies, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. Each one of them meant to protect policyholder and the company.
What's up, George?
Well, thanks a lot, Bennett. You've been a great help.
Yeah, but look, old man.
Sorry, shopping around, but I'll keep you in mind. Let's go, Brooksy. Now, Brooksy, first thing in the morning, I want you to check with all the druggists in this section of town around River House, Dr. Wormsley's office, 20 or 30 blocks in each direction.
Oh, my aching
I'm going to be
feet.
with Lieutenant Riley. I hate to think of his blood pressure when I mention one little word.
Autopsy?
That's the word.
Valentine, if I had any hair, I'd tear it out. What are you talking about?
Well, now, look, it can't do any harm, Lieutenant.
No one in his right mind can doubt how Dunlap died. This Wormsley saw him shoved off the roof. Then the body was found sprawled all over an empty lot 12 floors below. Cause and effect.
I have every reason to doubt that Sterrett killed Dunlap.
I suppose you're going to tell me Mrs. Dunlap killed him, huh? That she used to be the strong woman in the circus.
I didn't say she killed him.
Then who... What? For the love of heaven.
How about that autopsy, Lieutenant?
All right, Doctor. Will you tell Valentine here that he's just been wasting our time?
I wouldn't say that, Lieutenant.
Huh?
What'd you find?
Enough poison in Dunlap to stop an army dead in its tracks.
All right. All right, I can't argue with the laboratory. But I don't get it, Valentine. How many times do you kill a man, poison, throw him off the roof? It's a wonder we didn't find a knife at his back, too.
Doctor, just how does this particular poison work?
Instantly. Every muscle in the body becomes rigid all at once and stays that way.
Then it's possible that after a couple of days, the effects of the poison could be mistaken for rigor mortis.
Not only possible, Mr. Valentine. It seems just what happened.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. If Dunlap's fist was clenched like that the moment the poison took effect, how did that Phi Beta Kappa key get in his hand?
That's the point, Lieutenant. It was forced into it. And certainly Hal Sterrett didn't do it.
That does it. That does it. I'm going to have Paula Dunlap picked up, and she'd better have all the answers. Oh, no. No, Mrs. Dunlap, you're going to have to do better than that.
I know how it looks, Lieutenant Riley, but you're wrong, believe me.
Paula, you had to be the one who put that key in your husband's hand. Sterrett wouldn't sign his own death warrant.
I know, but
Here are the facts the jury will hear. You were the man Wormsley saw wearing lounging pajamas. You had the motive, the insurance money, so you poisoned Mr. Dunlap, then pushed him off the roof to implicate an innocent man.
All right. All right, I'll tell you just what happened.
Remember, Mrs. Dunlap, you're doing this of your own free will.
Hal Sterrett left that afternoon. I went out on the roof for a moment. Philip was there, an empty highball glass next to him. He was dead. Oh, don't look at me that way. He was already dead. He'd committed suicide.
How do you know that?
There was a note, cruel note, saying that I was the cause of all the unhappiness in his life. He was leaving me without a cent.
Okay. I suppose you have the note?
No, I destroyed it.
Oh, no, that wasn't very smart.
Don't you see? I had to. So no one would ever find out it was suicide.
Now, wait a minute.
There was a clause in his policy. It's in most policies, saying that if he killed himself within the first year, the beneficiary wouldn't get a cent.
That much is true, Lieutenant.
What I did was wrong, but I wasn't going to let Philip leave me without a cent. That'll stand up in court, won't it? Even though I did destroy the note, they'll believe me, won't they?
Since you asked my opinion, the answer's no. But my job is finished now.
Oh, no.
George.
Hey, how goes it, Brooksy? What luck?
You were right. I found out what you wanted to know at the Gotham Pharmacy on Morton Boulevard.
Now what?
What am I going to do? I've got to find a way to prove I'm innocent. This isn't fair.
Remembering that gun you held in my face and Hal Sterrett, I'm tempted to keep my mouth shut and let you stew in your own juice.
What do you mean?
Me and you both.
I don't know what charge you're going to hold her on, Lieutenant, but it won't be murder.
What?
Did you hear what he said, Lieutenant?
What are you talking about, Valentine?
Brooksy just found out that Philip Dunlap bought that poison himself at the Gotham Pharmacy.
On a doctor's prescription he forged.
Oh, George. Oh, how can I ever thank you?
Oh, that's easy. The next time you're up on that roof alone, see if you can prove the law of gravity really works.
George, don't you think that was sort of a morbid joke for Dunlap to play on his wife?
Well, Angel, Paula played a few pretty grim jokes herself.
Yes, but to leave her name in that insurance policy, knowing that she wouldn't get a penny.
Crime, punishment, so forth.
Hello. Anybody here?
Oh, Dr.
Burns. I just thought I'd drop in and take care of that little bill I owe you.
Oh, thanks.
How do the birds look these days, Doctor?
What? Oh, yes. That reminds me. I must thank you, Valentine, for keeping my name out of the Dunlap case. After all, I was the key witness, and oh, dear.
Well, that's all washed up now.
Thank goodness. Oh, yes. Mrs. Dunlap isn't living there anymore, you know.
No?
It seems 3 young ladies are sharing that apartment now. And yesterday...
Why, Dr. Wormsley, what kind of birds are you watching now?
Oh, well, they were very wild canaries. Oh, goodness, what am I saying?
And now, a message of importance to motorists. If this is the time of year your family gets travel-minded, it's probably the time you start thinking about new tires. And you know which make of tire gives you a written warranty against ordinary road hazards? The answer is easy. Atlas tires. That's right. Each new Atlas passenger tire is warranted for 12 months against blowouts, cuts, and bruises that might happen to ordinary tires. And each Atlas tire has a double warranty. First, by the manufacturer, and second, by the distributor. Another thing to keep in mind when you're buying tires is that 2 or 4 wear better than an uneven number. Give you softer riding and easier car handling. For that extra margin of safety, get Atlas tires at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Well, Brooksy, looks like playing Big Brother a la Spencer Tracy didn't work out. Eddie beat it while I was shaving.
Oh, that crazy little kid.
Nearly left this note. He's on the prowl. To quote, he's going after Stan Lucas.
Oh, no. What can we do, George?
I gotta stop him somehow. Hey, listen, you look up Emily. Maybe she can give us a clue how we can find Eddie.
Okay, George.
And remember, Brooksy, it's a race against time.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George, with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appeared as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr., and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louise Arthur, Fred Howard, Peter Leeds, Charles Seal, and Charles Lund. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Don't forget to listen again next week, 1 hour earlier, over the same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, welcome to Starlight Mystery Theater and another episode in the series Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. We invite you to take your seat as Matthew Slade, Private Investigator, unfolds part 1 of a 3-part story, Day of the Phoenix.
In my job, the hours are odd. So are the circumstances and the people I meet. You could even call some of them dangerous. My calling card reads, Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. It was 2:40 a.m. I was at my apartment, the Warwick Arms, completing some paperwork on an extortion case. Hello? Yes, this is Matthew Slade. Oh, yes, Mrs. Marlowe. What? Of course, I'll come right over. It was Laura Marlowe, wife of a client, ex-client. He just stopped 2 bullets cold. I grabbed my coat and headed for the underground garage. It was a bad night, a worse one for a murder. I headed for the Marlowe home, 23 El Cerrito Place. Richard Marlowe had been more than a client. He'd been a close friend, a man of integrity. I couldn't imagine anyone wanting him dead. It was a shock. I got another one as I arrived. A body lay crumpled in the driveway. It was hard to recognize him. A bullet fired from close range had torn away his face. I carried him into the gatehouse, returned to the car, then continued up the drive to the house. One night, 2 murders. I hoped I wouldn't find a third. As I reached the house, I could see Laura Marlowe, silhouetted in the doorway.
Mr. Slade.
Mrs. Marlowe, are you all right?
Yes, thank heaven you're here.
I came as quickly as I could.
Please come in. He's over there, by the desk.
You feel up to telling me about it?
I was upstairs. I'd just gone to bed when I heard the shot. As I came down the stairs, I heard a car drive away. I came in here and I found him.
Have you called the police?
You're the only one I've called. Because you're a good friend of my husband, I felt I could count on you for help. I was frantic, don't you see? I had no one else to turn to.
What about the servants?
Oh, this is the housekeeper's night off. I kept ringing for Morris, our chauffeur, but he didn't answer.
I found him lying by the front gate, dead. The best way I can help you, Mrs. Marlowe, is by calling the police. I called homicide. Within 30 minutes, the place was like a 3-ring circus.
Hey, take another one from over here, Joe. Okay. Let's get this area talked and wrap it up, huh?
You tell a pretty convincing story, Slade. That all there is to it. No more than I've already told you.
That's true, Lieutenant Flagg. Mr. Slade did me a great service by coming here tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. You touch anything, Mrs. Marlowe?
No.
No trace of a gun. You wouldn't be carrying one, would you, Slade? Not today. Keep one? My office. License? Naturally. What sort of gun is it? 38. That's all for the moment, Slade. You're free to go. I left, but not alone. As I passed through the gateway and out into the street, a black sedan pulled from the curb and followed. Lieutenant Flagg obviously intended to keep a close watch on my activities. As I entered into the Warwick Arms garage, the black sedan cruised by. From my apartment window, I could see it parked across the street. Some poor cop was going to spend a very uncomfortable night. I turned in, slept for what seemed like minutes, when the doorbell rang. Okay, I'm coming. I knew it. Who else would come calling at this hour but the police? Don't you gentlemen ever sleep? You gonna let us in? Now I don't know. Did I break some law by sleeping till 7 o'clock? Look, Slade, don't get funny. All right, calm yourself, Lieutenant. Come on in. Now, take a seat. What brings you so early? Tough luck you've been at the Marlowe place before us. Makes you a suspect. Oh, come on now. You can hardly expect me to believe you think that. You gotta start with someone. You look good to us. Checked you out. Sergeant Tonelli here wrote it all down in this little notebook. Been around, Slade. Born Sydney, 1932. Moved to New Guinea in 49. Joined the Colonial Office 51. 57 Special Customs Agent, Marseille. Very impressive. Oh, you haven't heard the half of it, Lieutenant. I have a scar on my left thumb, and when it rains, my leg hurts. So that's from the time a dog took a bite out of it. Now, look, let's dispense with this tour and get this over with. You told us the Marlowe dame called and asked you to go over there. Yeah, that's right. Richard Marlowe was a client of mine. His wife needed help. I gave it. Anything wrong with that? Not if that's all there is to it. What was the nature of your business with him? He collected things. That was his hobby. I tracked down several art pieces for him. In fact, we just recently returned from a buying trip to the Orient. Mrs. Marlowe? My dealings were mainly with her husband. I've only met her a few times. Is that so? Now, look, I don't care much for your insinuation, Lieutenant. You were at the scene of a murder last night, and your reason for being there don't satisfy me. Could be you and his wife were playing around. Makes a good motive. There were no signs an intruder had broken into that house. She reported nothing stolen. What clues we have lead me to believe Marlowe was expecting whoever knocked them off. Expecting a friend, maybe. You know a lot more than you're letting on, and I intend to find out what it is. Get dressed. Oh, you're not serious. You better do as he says, Matt. All right. If you want to talk, let's talk. We'll talk. Not here. I prefer to play the game in my own backyard. You got 5 minutes. The lieutenant was a man used to getting his own way. I dressed and left with him. As we reached the street and entered the police car, I noticed the black sedan still parked. In the front, Slade, between us. You could have sent your watchdog home last night. I wasn't going anywhere. What? That watchdog you had tailing me.
We had no one tailing you. You've been seeing things.
I guessed wrong. Then who was in that car, and what did he want? We arrived at headquarters in 15 minutes. An hour later, Lieutenant Flagg was still playing Quizmaster.
What were you doing at the Marlowe place?
You're a hard man to convince, Lieutenant. You've heard my story.
Wouldn't fool an old lady. Now quit stalling and lay it on the line.
Would you like a statement?
A full statement signed and sealed.
Without coercion?
We don't get them any other way.
Well, then I'll need my attorney.
You intend to stand on your right, stage a big scene?
If you think I killed Marlowe, book me. If you do, that gives me the right to bring my attorney down here. Now, I know as well as you do there isn't a charge in the book you can hold me on.
I didn't say I was going to book you. But if I do, I can arraign you on what I've already got.
What charge?
As a suspect. Suspicion of accessory after the fact, a felony, Section 32, in case you're interested.
As an accessory after the fact, you'd have to prove intent. And in this case, knowledge that a crime was committed. Now, just how do you intend to prove that?
Ways can be found. I could rig a dozen things. I could have you locked up as a material witness, for one thing.
Not in this state. Except by a court order. You wouldn't dare try that.
I've got the lab report here. How's it going? Still covering the same ground. Both parties shot from close range with a .45. Marlowe twice through the pump, Morris once in the face. Okay, Slade, you can go.
What? You mean you're giving up that easily?
I said you could go. I didn't say it was finished. You're not off the hook yet, not by a long shot. I'll give you a day or so to think things over. If you're not back here with the kind of story I think you're capable of telling, I'll be forced to go to the commissioner and tell him we have a suspect withholding information in a murder case. Is that clear?
Very clear. Adios, gentlemen.
You don't really think he had anything to do with it, do you? No. My guess is he has an idea who did. We got to come up with a motive. Maybe Slade can supply us with one.
You sure ride him?
Yeah. I intend to keep on riding him until I sort this thing out. We are going to see him sweat.
I felt like a man sinking in quicksand. Like it or not, I was now involved in a murder case. I took a cab to my office across town on Sutter Street. As I got out, the black sedan pulled ahead and parked. I made a mental note of the license number, entered the building, and took the elevator to my fourth floor office. Be a sweetheart and check on who owns a black sedan, license number OKW576, and I'm going in to shave.
Not so fast. You have a visitor.
A client?
Laura Marlowe.
Mrs. Marlowe. Hold my call, Jonesy. How are you feeling, Mrs. Marlowe?
Better, thank you.
Please, sit down.
Thank you. I really don't know how to tell you this. There's more to last night's killing than you might imagine. Much more.
Yes?
The jade statuette you located for my husband when you were both in Hong Kong was stolen last night.
The Phoenix? I can't imagine anyone killing two people for an inexpensive art piece.
To the contrary, it has extreme value.
Oh, that's hardly possible, Mrs. Marlowe. The statuette is merely a replica of a legendary bird, worth at the most $200. There must be 50 of them around.
Mr. Slade, shortly after you returned from the Orient, Richard discovered the statuette to be the original Tibetan jade phoenix.
To my knowledge, it's never been substantiated that an original Tibetan phoenix actually exists. Oh, why didn't you tell me this last night?
I needed time to think.
And?
I decided to ask you for your help, to investigate for me.
The disappearance of the jade or your husband's murder?
The jade. It may seem a mercenary request at this time, but a necessary one. For some time I've been wanting a divorce, but Richard always refused. And then last week his attorney came to the house with a settlement waiver. He said a divorce would be agreed to if I signed it. Foolishly, I suppose, I did. You see, I'm in need of money, Mr. Slade. If I have the jade, I can sell it. I'm willing to pay you well for its recovery.
Who else knows what you've just told me?
Well, I was coming to that. About a month ago, an antique dealer came to the house to show some art pieces.
Do you know his name?
Edward De Silva.
I've heard of him. He's involved in more than antiques.
Well, somehow he found out about the Phoenix and wanted to buy it. Richard told him it wasn't for sale. De Silva was determined. He kept pestering him to sell. They had a violent argument over it, and then there were threats.
What kind of threats?
Blackmail. De Silva said he knew of a stock manipulation that Richard was involved in some years ago.
Anything to it?
Oh, not that I know of.
Excuse me a moment. Jonesy, see if you can get me both the business and residence address of Edward De Silva. He's an antique dealer.
Will you help me, Mr. Slade?
Now, let me give it some thought. I'll call you at home later in the day.
Oh, I don't know that I can go back there. Not after what's happened.
Well, if it would be of help, I could have my secretary assist you in moving into an apartment.
Thank you.
I'll have Miss Jones make the arrangements. Excuse me. What do you have for me, Jonesy?
See. The car is registered to Pacific Rent-A-Car. Dallas Hawks leased it yesterday. Gave his address as the Lux Hotel. That took some getting.
That's my girl.
Your Edward De Silva lives at 17 Ronda Vista Lane. His antique shop's at 2500 St. Cloud, but you won't find him there this afternoon. He's at the Beverly Athletic Club.
Well, here's another job for you. I'd like you to arrange for Mrs. Marlowe to move into an apartment, help her get some things together, and then see she gets settled. I'd suggest the Fremont Terrace.
All right.
Mrs. Marlowe, Miss Jones will take care of everything.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Slade.
Not at all. I'll be in touch. I went to the window of my inner office and looked down at the street. The black sedan was still parked. I made up my mind to go down and face the driver when...
Mr. Slade, forgive me if I startled you. My card.
He handed me a lavender calling card, which read, Aram Ballestero, Curator, Damascus Museum, Damascus, Syria. He was a peculiar-looking bird, tall, dark, with a goatee. He wore what looked like a morning coat with a carnation in the lapel. A pearl gray Homburg hat set at a rakish angle on his head. He wore white gloves and carried a black ivory cane. My nostrils caught the odor of what seemed like Shalimar. I offered him a chair.
I'm seeking a statuette, a certain jade figure in the form of a mythical bird.
A Tibetan phoenix?
Precisely. It was stolen following the death of its owner 2 years ago in Damascus. He had willed it to the museum. Recently, we learned the phoenix had turned up in the Orient. A Shanghai merchant had used it as a form of payment to a gentleman in Hong Kong for a passage across the Red Border. A man by the name of...
Lyle Milford Jackman?
Yes. I searched out Mr. Jackman, prepared to pay, on behalf of the museum, a reasonable sum for the return of the phoenix. Evidently, Mr. Jackman suspected it might be worth more than was being offered. Told me he had sold it to a dealer in London. I spent 2 weeks there. False lead. I returned to Hong Kong, but Mr. Jackman had gone.
What led you here?
I learned that he had left for San Francisco on a Japanese freighter. Also that some months earlier, you had purchased the phoenix from him for an American collector.
Then you feel this is the original jade phoenix described in Tibetan legend?
That's correct, Mr. Slade.
What makes you so sure?
The museum has conducted extensive research into its history. Perhaps you'd be interested in its findings.
Very interested.
In 600 A.D., as legend tells it, a caravan of Buddhist priests traveled from Karakoram, traversing the Himalayas into Tibet. King Nam Ri Song Sen had offered them a fertile valley in which to build a temple. To show their gratitude, they brought the king gifts of great wealth, among them an exquisite jade statuette, carved into the shape of the phoenix, the king of birds. Oriental rubies were set into the eyes. The jade was stolen by a Nepal warlord and taken into India. Little was heard of it until 1295, when Marco Polo brought it into Venice. News of the jade appeared in Spain in 1542 and again in 1868 in Corsica, but was never positively identified.
What happened to it after Corsica?
Well, there were no reports of the phoenix from 1868 until 2 years ago in Damascus. Unfortunately, it was mislaid before the museum could authenticate it.
You say rubies were encrusted in the eyes?
Yes. They were said to have been covered with a thick green coating, done obviously to conceal their immense value. As I mentioned, it is our belief the one I am now searching for is the original. Hence my visit here to negotiate a purchase with your client.
I wish that were possible. My client was murdered last night. The phoenix stolen.
Oh, this is very distressing news indeed. Could I persuade you to assist me in its recovery? The museum has authorized me to offer $10,000 to that end.
Let me think about it. Where can I contact you?
I'm lodged at the San Moritz Hotel. I'll be looking forward to our next meeting. I feel assured in trusting you with the job at hand.
He left as silently as he had come. He seemed to glide through the door. To say I was slightly intrigued would be putting it mildly. This case was taking on strange proportions. 4 people seeking a jade statuette. Laura Marlowe, Edward De Silva, Aaron Ballestero, and now Lyle Jackman on his way here from Hong Kong. Or had he already arrived? I thought of Dallas Hawks in the black sedan. Had Jackman sent him? Or was he to be number 5? I looked out the window. I could see him clearly now as he leaned against the fender. He was dark, slight of build, looked Indian. He was dressed like a carnival barker in his white suit, black shirt, and straw hat. And it was time to force his hand. I left the office and headed for the street. I made sure he saw me as I crossed the intersection of Powell and Sutter. I actually had to stop several times and window shop to keep him from losing me. Fine shadow. I turned down Bush Street and into an alley. I pressed myself into a small alcove and waited. Hawk stopped at the mouth of the alley, then cautiously started down. As he approached my position, I stepped out and confronted him. He moved for his gun. I grabbed his arm and pushed him back against the wall. I brought my knee up into his stomach. He doubled up long enough for me to disarm him. He sagged limply against the wall. The fight was gone out of him. Well, as a shadow, you're about as inconspicuous as a carnival barker. Now, what do you want?
The guy gave me 50 to tell you. That's all I know.
What guy?
I don't know, just a guy.
If this guy's name happens to be Lyle Jackman, you go back and tell him I don't like being followed by the likes of you. And if he wants to see me, my office hours are 9 to 5. Now go back and tell him that, mister. My next move was to call on Edward De Silva at the Beverly Athletic Club. It was a fashionable health spa on the West End for overweight and overwealthy businessmen. The attendant led me to an outside garden patio. He pointed to a bronzed figure poised on the high board of the swimming pool. I watched him execute a pretty fair jackknife. He cut into the water like a missile and came up at mid-pool, shaking the water from his head. De Silva?
Who wants him, friend?
I do. He paid little attention to me, went right on swimming. I thought I'd try something a little stronger. A mutual friend was murdered last night, Eddie. The one you were blackmailing. Well, that reached home. He swallowed a mouthful of water, swam to the steps, and quickly got out. He donned a fancy beach robe.
A man could see a lot of trouble with that kind of talk. Who are you?
I handed him my card. He tugged at the crisp linen handkerchief protruding from the initialed breast pocket of the robe, then ran a finger over his hairline mustache.
Matthew Slade, investigator, huh? That's good. You know, I think I've heard your name someplace. Why don't you join me for lunch? We can find out what's on your mind.
A few minutes later, we were munching on a concoction of carrots, celery, lettuce, and seaweed. He seemed to enjoy it. I felt like Peter Cottontail. They feed this to rabbits, don't they, Eddie?
Well, that's a good way to stay young, friend.
Well, you might have something there. Come to think of it, I've never seen an old rabbit.
You got a funny sense of humor, friend.
Yeah, about some things, Eddie, but not about your connection with Richard Marlowe.
What connection might that be?
A certain art piece you wanted, a jade phoenix.
Oh, yeah, well, it's no secret. I wanted the phoenix. I offered him a good price, and we were close to a deal, and all this happened.
Well, that's not quite the way I heard it.
You listened to the wrong people, friend.
You wanted the phoenix. You threatened Marlowe with blackmail. You go that far, maybe you'd even murder for it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Exactly what I said. 2 people were killed for the phoenix last night, Eddie.
You can't pin that on me.
No, I could make a good try.
Well, now, why would I want to go to that much trouble for an old piece of jade?
Because that old piece of jade is worth money.
That's not enough for me to kill somebody.
Mrs. Marlowe thinks you did.
If she said that, she's a dirty liar. Now, look, she wanted me to force the old boy into giving her a divorce. So she told me of a crooked stock deal he pulled once. Wanted me to hold it over him. See, even though he hated her guts, he wouldn't let her go. He got some kind of kick holding out on her. He'd cut her off without any spending money. Well, like I said, she wanted me to blackmail him so she could get a divorce and then a settlement. The deal was we'd split whatever she got. I wanted no part of it.
Where were you last night?
I was at home. I was in all night.
Well, you don't sound too sure.
Where do you get off asking me all these questions?
When the police find out the Phoenix is the murder motive, you're going to have to do a lot of explaining.
Maybe, but not to you.
Eddie was visibly shaken. I'd done a good job of unnerving him. I thought it curious that he didn't seem at all surprised to hear the Phoenix had been stolen. As of now, only 4 people knew that. Laura, Ballestero, myself, and the killer. I put De Silva in a bad light. I decided this would be as good a time as any to give his home a quick going over. 17 Ronda Vista Lane, a Spanish-style home set well back from the road. I rapped on the door to make sure no one was there, then went around back and flipped the catch on the patio door. Inside, the place looked like a museum. An oversized antique desk was set into one corner of the room. I searched it, came across a leather-bound book. There were dozens of names, girls' names, and other pertinent information. This was not just a bachelor's little black book. De Silva was operating a call girl racket. I heard a car pulled into the driveway. I hurriedly returned the book, looked out from behind the drapes. It was De Silva, and he was heading for the front door, and fast. I looked for a place to hide, darted behind a Soji folding screen as he came in. He moved straight to the desk. I could see partially through the crack in the screen. He lifted the desk blotter, removed a small envelope, checked its contents, then slipped the envelope into his coat pocket. He started for the door, but stopped short as the phone rang. He hesitated for a moment, and then left. The phone continued to ring. I moved to the window and watched as De Silva drove off, and then picked up the receiver.
Eddie? Hello? Hello, Eddie?
There was no mistaking that voice. Laura Marlowe. Why was she phoning Eddie? Suddenly, I felt a sharp sting on the back of my neck. Fuzziness, smoke swirls, and then black. My next conscious recollection was the distant sound of foghorns and the gentle heaving of the floor under my body. My head throbbed with the beat of a giant kettle drum. I tried to move. My arms were pinned against my sides. My vision was foggy. As it cleared, I could see the huge frame of a man hovering over me. He wore a white suit and a large plantation hat. It was Lyle Milford Jackman.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood, welcome to Starlight Mystery Theater and another episode in the series, Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. Take your seat as Matthew Slade, Private Investigator, unfolds part 2 of a 3-part story, Day of the Phoenix.
In my job, the hours are odd. So are the circumstances and the people I meet. You could even call some of them dangerous. My calling card reads, Matthew Slade, Private Investigator.
In last week's story, Matthew Slade found himself suspected of killing his friend and client, Richard Marlowe, and Marlowe's chauffeur, Howard Morris. Murders which also involved the disappearance of a valuable jade statuette in the form of the mythical phoenix bird. With 3 separate people contacting Slade to recover the phoenix, Marlowe's young and attractive widow, Laura, a curious man from Damascus, Aram Ballestero, and a questionable art dealer, Edward De Silva, Slade set out to find the murderer and the reasons behind the interest in the missing phoenix. While searching De Silva's home, Slade is blackjacked. He regains consciousness to find a huge man standing over him, a man from Hong Kong he knows as Lyle Milford Jackman.
Mr. Slade, good of you to come, sir.
I pulled myself up to a sitting position. Dallas Hawks stood behind Jackman, next to him a large, sinister-looking Oriental.
Dallas brought your message. I regret not being able to time this visit to coincide with your office hours, but you're a difficult man to reach. Indeed you are.
Where am I?
Aboard the Kondo Maru, sir, a Japanese freighter.
Well, this is the first time I've been shanghaied for an appointment.
Well put. Now, sir, first let me say it's unfortunate the circumstances of this meeting cannot be as pleasant as our first, when I extended hospitality to you and Richard Marlowe in Hong Kong.
Yes?
I was disturbed to read this morning of Mr. Marlowe's untimely death, particularly since I have been caused the inconvenience of a 6,000-mile sea journey to recover what is rightfully mine.
And?
You fraudulently tricked me into selling you the Jade Phoenix for a pittance, when you knew it to be worth a fortune.
I knew nothing of the kind. I estimated its value at $200. That's what was offered. That's what you accepted. A fair transaction.
Come, sir. You can hardly expect me to believe that.
To prove it otherwise, the Phoenix to me is still a replica and worth exactly what we paid. No more.
That is a matter of opinion, sir. Replica or not, the Phoenix belongs to me. I want it back.
You might try telling that to whoever stole it.
Stolen? That fact wasn't reported in the papers.
They don't know about it. And for the moment, neither do the police.
Would it come as a surprise to you, sir, if I told you the Phoenix is worth in excess of $500,000? That is a lot of money, sir. Wouldn't you agree?
I certainly would.
Hank Pinto, Shimoda. The steward with our wine. A little libation, Mr. Slade. I'm sure you could do with it. Untie Mr. Slade, Dallas. That will be all, steward. A definitely delicious blend of fine French wine, sir. I trust you'll find it appealing. Here's to our meeting. Shall we go on?
By all means.
If the Phoenix has been stolen, somebody in the city has it. I want it. Now, let's be frank. Do you have any idea who that might be?
An idea, yes.
Excellent. Now, sir, a proposition for you. Deliver the Phoenix, and 1/3 of its realized worth will be yours. And that would amount to a tidy sum.
Well, what makes you think if I found it, I'd turn it over to you?
I'm a determined man, Mr. Slade. Have ways and means of getting what I want.
You mean using your muscle men over there?
If necessary. But you appear to be a man of sound reasoning. I'm sure we can come to a satisfactory understanding.
You leave little choice.
A man of good sense.
Now, assuming I locate the Phoenix for you, what guarantee would I have against you slipping off to Hong Kong, leaving me out in the cold, so to speak, or perhaps even dead?
You would have my word, sir, as a gentleman.
Well, that's fine for a fraternal club, but I mean something that would act as a bond, a guarantee of your good faith.
Would $500 guarantee you that?
No, but 5,000 might. After all, we are talking about $500,000.
A man of definite ideas. I like that. 5,000 it is, sir. I like to be fair, always. Shall we toast to a profitable transaction?
Incidentally, your friend from Damascus is here.
Ballestero?
He arrived yesterday. He said you sent him to London on a wild goose chase.
I did. By Jove, I did. He is a man worth watching. Could cause us trouble. The authorities, if you know what I mean. Where might he be contacted?
So you can send Dallas around to take care of him?
No, sir. Just to follow him.
Well, he's not very good at that. Leave Ballestero to me.
Very well, sir. He is your charge. For the moment, then, that concludes our discussion. I'll have Dallas drive you home.
Oh, and about the 5,000. You have it at my office tomorrow morning. And let's have it understood. I'm not guaranteeing anything. Whatever has to be done will be done my way.
The check will be at your office in the morning.
No checks. Cash.
In crisp new bills. Shall we drink to it?
I'll send you a receipt. Your guarantee.
As you like. Allow me to see you off the ship. I trust I'll be hearing from you shortly.
I left Jackman in a swirl of cigar smoke. He was an insidious man, one not easily tricked. I knew I'd have to walk a tightrope in my dealings with him. I returned to my apartment, was just finishing a shower, when the phone rang.
Hello?
Finally. I've been trying to reach you all afternoon. Where have you been?
Oh, it's another long story, Jonesy. How's Mrs. Marlowe?
She's at the Fremont Terrace, apartment 401. She's waiting to hear from you.
Good work. You're a sweetheart. Good night.
I dressed, then left for the Fremont Terrace apartment. As I pulled up in front, I saw Mrs. Marlowe leaving in a cab. I followed right to Eddie De Silva's home. Her phone call there earlier now took on a meaning. I watched her from my car as she approached the front door. De Silva opened it. She went inside. I made my way to the door. I could hear their muffled voices. Successive slaps, and then... I
at the door. It was locked. I braced myself and put my shoulder to it. It gave way. They were standing in the center of the room. De Silva had hold of her arm. A thin line of blood ran down his cheek. He raised his hand and slammed it against her face. I moved in on him. He showed no resistance. My, such a lot of brawn and so few brains. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Eddie.
This is a private affair, friend. I don't remember inviting you.
Well, you'll have to forgive the entrance. An invitation seemed unnecessary. Now, what's all this about? Ah, it's like that, is it? No one's talking.
Please don't interfere, Mr. Slade. It doesn't concern you.
Well, unfortunately, I'd say I'm right in the middle of it.
If you are, it's because you put yourself there, and I told you this afternoon. Stay out of it, friend.
I know that's what you told me, Eddie, but I wasn't too impressed with your advice. I'm not so sure I understand all this, Mrs. Marlowe. As I remember it, you came to me with a plea for help. And there was that story of being penniless and then those incriminations against your friend. Of course, I didn't altogether believe you, but parts of it did sound interesting, particularly about the Phoenix. Now, I bet you completely forgot about that.
You don't understand it. It's not easy to explain at this time.
Oh, you're right. Discussing it in front of Eddie is bad form. He might feel inclined to challenge some of the things you'd say.
Let's not discuss it any further.
Oh, let's do. Let's sort out the nonsense and get rid of those embarrassing half-truths.
What? As I told you this morning.
Eddie doesn't go along with that story. And besides, he's got a good one of his own.
I told it to you straight, friend.
Playing games, are we? Well, if that's the way you want it, it's fine by me. You're going to have to do your talking sooner or later. And you won't find it easy putting off with the police. They've given me until tomorrow to come up with a convincing story. What I have so far should interest them.
There's no sense in getting riled, friend. There's really nothing to all this. It's an unfinished business transaction. With the events of last night, well, we felt it best to finalize it discreetly.
That's all there is to it.
Oh, you two are good. And you're about as discreet as my entrance through that door. One or both of you are lying. Go ahead and lie. I won't stop you. But see how far it gets you.
Mr. Slade. Matt, please wait.
For what?
Would you take me home?
Get in. Well?
Your entrance was marvelous. You were like a dashing knight saving his fair maiden.
Why, Mrs. Marlowe.
Did you mind my kissing you? You are a friend of the family.
I guess I am doing all right at that. That is the way you planned it, isn't it?
Oh, you're mistrustful of me.
Now, whatever gave you that idea?
You're also making fun of me.
Well, now we're in a fun mood. Why don't you just start in at the beginning?
No questions. Not now. Later, at my apartment.
She was playing it cute, and I decided to play along with her. Here's your key, Mrs. Marlowe.
Keep it. As my dashing knight, you may have to rescue me again. I wouldn't want you to break down this door. You won't mind if I change before we chat?
No, not at all.
If you're handy in the kitchen, you might heat some coffee. It's on the stove. I'll just be a minute. Can you find everything?
All but the sugar.
It's in the cupboard above the sink.
Oh, yeah, correct.
You need help?
Not at the moment.
Turn on some music.
Anything in particular?
No, whatever you'd like.
I noticed some paperback novels lying on the cabinet. The top one caught my eye. The cover displayed an attractive girl clothed in a sheer hostess gown. Her blonde hair fell to her shoulders. The title read, Blackmail.
Something interesting?
Laura stood in the doorway. The girl on the cover had come alive. Remarkable resemblance.
Oh, that's a bed partner.
You don't have much imagination, do you?
Score one for Mr. Slade. Well, you're not going to stand there all night, are you? Come, sit here.
The apartment comfortable?
Very. Do you take this good care of all your clients?
Special clients.
I'm flattered. Now, I find you very attractive. Falling for you is easy. You're something quite new. Different. And you kiss beautifully.
You're flattering me.
Would you believe me if I told you I'm falling in love with you?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, the truth is I am. I don't know how to pay you a greater compliment.
Well, you might stop insulting my intelligence. You aren't in love with me, and you know it.
I could try to convince you.
From the bedroom?
Possibly.
That's a switch. Well, it won't work, Mrs. Marlowe. Making love is fine. I'd like to spend more time at it, but my intuition tells me that going in there with you...
But you aren't the most exasperating man I've ever known. You're sarcastic and unfeeling and...
And old enough to know when I'm being played a line. Now, that's all settled now. What were you doing at Eddie De Silva's?
Oh, Matt, I want you to trust me.
Well, as yet, you've given me little reason to trust you.
I've asked you to help me.
I'm not sure I really know what it is you want.
The Phoenix.
Oh, that's what you told me. But how much of that story this morning is the truth?
I haven't told you everything. I'm afraid.
Of what?
Of what might happen to you.
Someone might try to kill me?
Yes.
You're a gem of a liar. All right, let's take it again. What were you doing at De Silva's? Matching stories?
No. Oh, that's not important. What is important is that you help me. You said you'd help me. Don't you see you're the type of person I need? I've got to have.
I wouldn't know about that.
You're being unfair, totally unfair.
And you're being dishonest. Now, why don't you try telling me the truth?
Please, Matt. With you, it's different. I've never felt this way about anyone before. I know you're wondering about Eddie, but at the time I had no choice. I needed his sort to help me.
The sordid life of Laura Marlowe on display. No sale.
That's the way it is?
That's the way it is. Yeah, go ahead. Take a deep breath and shake a little. Now, let's see how helpless you can look.
You think I deserve it, don't you? Oh, you're wrong about me, Matt. If I could only get you to understand.
And stop it. Stop this drivel.
Don't be harsh with me, Matt.
I'll try to remember that tomorrow when I'm talking to the police.
You won't tell them about the Phoenix?
There's no other way. I'm not going to let you involve me in this any further.
Involve you? I don't understand.
You understand perfectly. You need me to run interference between you and De Silva. Somewhere along the line, I pick up the Phoenix and deliver it to you. Oh, I may get killed in the process, but stupid Lancelot Slade will do it all because you say you love him. You're hiding something. If you want me to help you, I've got to know the full story. I'm fed up with being blackjacked, grilled, and threatened with jail, and of you trying to make a fool of me.
Be patient with me, Matt.
I've reached the limit of my patience. Well, this whole thing is ridiculous. And when you're ready to tell me the truth, you call me.
I couldn't help but smile as I walked down the hall to the elevator. I thought my performance was pretty corny, but at least it was better than hers. She'd have to use different tactics from here on out. I wasn't about to fall for that phony love-making routine. It was late when I drove into the Warwick Arms garage, parked my car, and rode the elevator up to my floor. I could feel the anesthesia of sleep creeping through my bones as I reached my apartment door. It was ajar. I flattened against the wall. I edged the door open with my foot. And there sat Lyle Jackman, reading a copy of The Brothers Karamazov.
You people have the strangest visiting hours.
Again, my apology, Mr. Slade. Forgive the invasion of your privacy. The visit now is purely social.
Yeah, the place is a mess. His work, no doubt.
The search was a necessity. A matter of precaution, you understand. I had to be sure you weren't already in possession of the Phoenix. It seems you are not. Or at least if you are, it is not in this apartment.
Yeah, well, tell Hawks to stop waving that silly revolver in my face, or I have to take it away from him.
No need for that, Dallas. Put it away.
Now, if you don't mind, how did you gentlemen get in here?
I thought you might be wondering about that. Well, sir, in all fairness, I must give credit to Dallas. He has a knack for opening locked doors.
I'll bet. I can't imagine you slipping in through the keyhole.
Very neatly put. Now, sir, let's be candid. The house you were searching on Ronda Vista Lane belongs to Edward de Silva, a dealer in antiques. Would it be foolish of me to think of Mr. de Silva as being our man?
He could be.
I wonder if I would also be correct in thinking, assuming Mr. de Silva is in possession of the Phoenix, that you and he, how shall I put it, are in cahoots.
Your assumption is incorrect.
For your sake, I trust so.
Let's get one thing settled right now. I don't intend to let you threaten me. It's bad enough I should let you get away with breaking in here. Now, if you think...
sir, no need to take that
Well,
stand.
that's the stand it's going to be. I didn't select you people to do business with. You picked me.
Be that as it may.
Look, the police have been badgering me with questions I can't answer. Now, just how long I remain out of their reach till some sense comes out of all this depends on people like you staying out of my way.
The police are not my concern, sir.
Well, they are mine, particularly since I'm the one facing them.
My agreement with you, sir, concerns itself only with locating the Phoenix. I trust we can avoid disagreement over the point. In times of strife, men sometimes lose their better judgment. If it be any consolation to you, let me remind you, in the morning you will have in your possession $5,000. Later, a vastly greater sum. I'm sure that's worth a reasonable amount of trouble.
I don't mind a reasonable amount of trouble, but I told you I'd handle it my way, and that's the way it's going to be.
You're an uncommonly difficult person to get the best of. But have it as you wish. We leave matters as they stand.
Now, let's do that.
One further thing, Mr. Slade. I'm sure you realize the necessity of our keeping close ties from now until the conclusion of our association. I can't afford any indiscriminate moves, you understand.
And if you're thinking of having Dallas follow me again, I wouldn't suggest it.
I wouldn't like Dallas harmed. I'm extremely fond of him. It'd be hard to find another boy like him.
Oh, you could pick one up in any cheap pool room.
I'm sure you'll agree, Mr. Slade, provoking Dallas is not a wise course to follow. He's sometimes quick to take offense. Now, I think we must be going.
How do I get in touch with you? Are you still on that boat?
Yes, sir. The Condo Maru, Pier 9.
The next morning, I decided to do a little checking on the man from Damascus. I paid a visit to an old friend, Stephen Gates, curator of Far Eastern art for the city's museum.
Matthew, good to see you again. Come in.
Nice to see you again, Steve.
I heard you were out of the country. Where were you this time?
The Orient, mostly. I was on an assignment for Richard Marlowe.
Ah, yes. Unfortunate about his death. Odd business, that.
Yes. I need your professional opinion on something, Stephen.
By all means.
Are you familiar with a jade statuette carved from the likeness of the Tibetan phoenix?
Yes, somewhat. I was reading about it not too long ago. The figure is a strangely conceived image of how the king of birds should look. It's described as having the neck of a serpent, the bill of a wild fowl, and the grace of a swan. Its forehead is crowned with a crest that resembles a mandarin drake. Fascinating, wouldn't you say?
Yes. Is there a possibility an original actually exists?
Oh, my personal opinion is no. There's reference to it here in this volume. I remember it was towards the middle here. Let me see. Yes. Here it is. It's said to be legendary. However, as you're aware, there have been several cases of so-called mythical objects turning out to be realities. In this case, the phoenix has never been proved one way or another. Oh, I see. It says here a Damascus art dealer thought it to be the real thing. The book states he discovered it in a junk store in Corsica, and he kept it for his private collection. It was stolen following his death. Well, it seems more than one person believed it to be anything other than legendary.
Suppose it turned out to be the original. Could you place a value on it?
Oh, it's hard to say. 100,000? $250,000? It could be priceless. How does one put a value on such an item?
Have you ever heard of Aram Ballestero, curator for the Damascus Museum?
Ballestero? It has a familiar ring. I'm sure he's listed in the Mastai's dictionary. Let me look. Here. Oh, yes. Let's see. L. Ballestero. Oh, yes. Uh-huh. Ballestero. Aram. Curator, Damascus Museum.
I met him yesterday, but I wasn't too sure.
Yesterday? You could hardly have met him yesterday. The directory lists him as deceased.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Irene. No, I can't see her tonight. I'm all hung up. Yeah, some girl likes my looks. Well, Angel, she must think I'm pretty as a picture, because she's certainly out to frame me.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Careless Client. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the careless client. It's early afternoon in New York, and a short, dumpy little man with lacquered hair walks down the second-floor corridor of the Gordon building until he comes to a door marked Daniel Russell, Private Investigations. Obviously, our unknown friend has been here before, for without any hesitation, he eases himself into Mr. Russell's office, and ease is the proper word. For Mr. Russell, with his back to the door and his ear glued tightly to the phone, doesn't even hear him.
Now, look, Harris, you got to give me a break. You know I'm good for the money.
Sorry, Russell, it's no dice.
That's the gratitude I get, and after all the dough I've lost to you. All I ask is that you let me go in the cuff for another 20. I got a sure thing going on the 5th at Detroit.
Now, where have I heard that before? Listen, Danny, why don't you do both of us a favor and stay away from the horses?
Okay, Harris. You don't want to take my bets? I'll find a bookie who will.
Yeah, name one.
I
beg your pardon.
Harris, a client just walked in. I'll have to call you back later.
I'm sorry if I interrupt, Mr. Russell.
There's nothing important, Mr. Giuliano. Just one of my men checking in.
I see.
Sit down, won't you?
You have something for me?
Yes, indeed. I located your boy.
Larry Stratton?
Yep. Stratton's in New York, all right. Got here last week from Washington. First thing he did was to get himself a room under the name of Leonard Simons. Funny how they always keep the same initials.
And where does my friend Mr. Stratton live?
1423 Carroll Place. It's a small rooming house. I pumped the superintendent, but he couldn't tell me much. And incidentally, that little talk cost me an extra 50.
I got no complaints, Mr. Russell. You do fine. $50, you say.
That's right. Hey, that's quite a wad you're carrying, Giuliano. Must be at least 15 to 20 grand there.
So?
So you want to be careful.
I am. How much do I owe you altogether?
$150.
You'd like to double it?
I'd like nothing better.
It's easy. I need some information from this Mr. Stratton. You got it for me.
How?
Oh, now, come on, Russell. You must have some idea. All you've got to do is work on him a little bit.
Work on him?
Yeah. You look like a boy who knows how to use his fists.
Get out.
You make a big mistake.
Go on, Giuliano. Beat it.
Okay, no harm's done. Just suppose we forget this little talk, huh?
I'll think about it.
You do that, Russell. You find it a lot healthier than talking. I'll be seeing you, feller.
Hello?
Hello, is this Larry Stratton?
Oh, no, you've got the wrong number.
Now, look, Stratton, I haven't got time to horse around. I assure you I'm risking a lot more than you are.
Who is this?
My name's Russell, Danny Russell. I'm a private detective. Up till a half hour ago, I was working for a man named Caesar Giuliano.
Giuliano?
That's right. He's probably on his way over to see you.
I don't believe you.
Now, look, don't be a sap. I told him where you were. He even offered me an extra $150 to take care of you. Now, the smart thing for you to do is to beat it.
What kind of a fool do you take me for? Don't you think I know a trap when I see one?
You gotta believe me, Stratton.
Why should I? How do I know you're not working with Giuliano?
I can tell you, Larry.
Giuliano.
Hello, Stratton.
Hang up.
Hello, Stratton.
That's fine, Larry. Shut the door, Coslow.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Now listen, Giuliano.
Good. You're going to tell me what I want to hear?
You're wasting your time.
Come here, Coslow.
You want me, Mr. Giuliano?
Yes. Coslow, this is Mr. Stratton.
Hi.
Mr. Coslow is a wrestler fellow, Larry. I meet him today in gymnasium. They say he can break your neck just like that.
Yeah, just like that.
But I think he's how you call little punchy. Too many beatings in the head. You understand?
What do you want me to do, Mr. Giuliano?
Get him out of here.
Oh, you think I bring him here to be lesson for you? Strictly between us, Larry, I wouldn't be surprised if you were right.
Larry? Larry? Larry, where are...
Hey, what's the matter, lady?
Look!
Holy smoke.
Oh, Larry.
He's still breathing. We better get a doctor.
Where can I find one?
Well, if you go down to the corner, you'll see... Oh, no, never mind. I'll get him myself.
Oh, please.
Sure. I'll be back as fast as I can.
Oh, Larry, darling, what happened?
No, never mind, Eve.
We're getting a doctor.
I don't want one.
What?
I said I don't want one.
But, Larry...
Shut the door.
All right.
Now lock it. Now listen to me, Eve.
Candid way.
No, in that medicine chest over the basin, there's a roll of adhesive tape. Will you get it for me?
Yes. Is this what you want?
No, there should be a roll of half-inch tape.
There's none here.
Are you sure?
Oh, no, I've got it.
All right, bring it here. Take off the cover. All right, now open up the roll.
What? Well, there are numbers written on this.
And I didn't tell him.
You didn't tell him what?
I was afraid they beat it out of me, but they didn't.
Darling, what is this all about?
Honey, don't ask me any questions, huh?
Someone tried to kill you.
You don't have to worry. Giuliano wouldn't dare while he hasn't got this.
Giuliano?
Caesar Giuliano.
Who is he, Larry? What does he want of you?
Please, don't ask me. Don't ask me. I shouldn't have even told you that. I'm in trouble, Eve. I'm in real trouble.
Why didn't you go to the police?
I can't.
But why not?
I can't tell you.
Well, then, hire a private detective.
What good would that do?
Oh, darling, obviously you need protection.
I can take care of myself.
Larry, you've got to. Now, he wouldn't have to be told anything. I could make up some sort of story. Now, there's a man named Mike Waring. I've heard about him.
That the one they call the Falcon?
Yes. He's supposed to be very competent.
You're not being fair to him, Eve. If this Waring doesn't know what he's up against, he's liable to get himself killed.
Darling, believe me, it's the only way. I'm sure nothing will happen to Mr. Waring, and if he does, well, he's paid to take the risk.
Just a second.
Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I'm Eve Lowry. I spoke to you a little while ago on the telephone.
Oh, so you did. Come on in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Oh, really, I haven't much time.
Will it take any less if you stand?
Well, I guess you're right.
Now, what can I do for you?
I'm in trouble, Mr. Waring.
What do you call trouble?
Someone's trying to kill me.
Well, that's a good enough definition.
He's made several attempts on my life already.
Who's he?
A man named Caesar Giuliano.
Why?
Why?
Well, I assume that making attempts on your life is more than a hobby with Mr. Giuliano. Does he have a reason?
Well, you see, my father and Mr. Giuliano were partners.
In what business?
Importing.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Well, Giuliano thought my father swindled him.
Did he?
Oh, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Giuliano swore to get even, but Dad died before he could.
So Giuliano transferred his affections to you?
Yes.
Well, what would you like me to do about it?
Well, what would you suggest?
Oh, there are several possibilities. We could make out a complaint to the DA's office.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want any publicity.
I see. Do you know where this Giuliano is staying?
Well, I think it's at the Carlton Hotel. Why?
Suppose I go up there and have a talk with him.
Oh, no. Please don't do that.
You don't seem to like any of my ideas. What's wrong with this one?
Well, I don't see where it'll accomplish anything. Giuliano will probably deny knowing me.
Look, Miss Lowry, if we're both going to worry about this, you're throwing your money away. I suppose you leave Mr. Giuliano to me and let me earn my fee.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
An hour has passed since Mike Waring went to work for Eve Lowry, who claimed her life was being threatened by a man named Caesar Giuliano. That's all Mike needed. Being a man of action, he goes right to the seat of the trouble.
Who is it?
Room service.
I didn't order anything.
Your name Giuliano?
Yes?
Well, that's what the order blank says.
Just a second.
Hello.
You're no waiter?
No.
The oldest trick in the world.
Apparently it still works.
What's your name, mister?
Mike Waring.
You're not the private detective feller I hear about.
Why not?
Why you play games?
I want you to stop annoying my client.
Your client?
Mm-hmm.
What did he tell you?
He?
Well, sure, you... Just who you working for, Waring?
Eve Lowry.
Eve Lowry?
I suppose you'll deny knowing her.
And suppose I do.
Well, it won't wash, Giuliano. What have you got against the girl?
Well, it's a long story, Waring. I'd like to show you something.
Get away from that desk, Giuliano.
But I just want to show you this.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Oh, come, Waring. A big boy like you, he's not scared of a little gun like this.
No, but I've got a lot of respect for it.
I don't blame you. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear more about your client.
Client?
This Eve Lowry you mentioned.
Never heard of her.
Oh, you're going to play it like that, eh?
What else can I do?
Let go, you fool! Let go!
Come on, Giuliano, drop it.
You stupid fool! How many times must I tell you let go?
Yeah?
I'm looking for a private dick named Danny Russell.
What can I do for you? Hey, you're hurt. Sit down.
Thanks.
Call you a doctor.
No, don't bother. Just saw one. Say, you wouldn't have a drink in this place, would you?
Yeah, right in this desk. I'll get you a glass.
No, never mind.
Hey, go easy, mister. That stuff's been aged in the wood.
You mean that desk drawer?
Feel any better?
Yeah.
What happened to your hand?
I got it caught in the cash register.
Who are you kidding?
Never mind. You come pretty highly recommended, Russell.
Yeah, by whom?
A man named Caesar Giuliano. Did you do some work for him?
Get out.
What's the matter?
Get out of here. You're a friend of Giuliano's?
Now, take it easy. I never said I was.
Well, I thought...
He shot me up and then beat it. When I came to, I went through some of his papers and found your name. What did he hire you for?
Let's see your buzzer, mister.
I'm not a cop. My name is Mike Waring.
Waring? The Falcon, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a pleasure. You know, you're almost a legend in town.
Yeah, me and the Giants.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'd like a little information. What kind of a job did you do for Giuliano?
Routine skip tracing. Wanted me to locate a guy named Larry Stratton.
Larry Stratton, huh? Why?
Well, first he told me Stratton skipped out of Mexico owing him some dough on a business deal. Then he offered me $150 to beat some information out of him.
This on the level?
I don't joke about things as sacred as money. He had a roll on him that could choke a horse.
Did Giuliano mention a girl named Eve Lowry?
No. How's she fit in?
I wish I knew. Look, Russell, I've got a proposition. How about the two of us joining forces? I'll see you don't suffer by it.
You just got yourself a boy, Waring. What do you want me to do?
Know where I can locate Giuliano?
You tried the Carlton Hotel?
Where do you think I picked up this slug?
Wait a minute, I got an idea. When Giuliano first approached me, I met him at a furnished room in Brooklyn.
Yeah? What do you say we drive out to Brooklyn?
Maybe worth the trip. I think this is the place, Mike.
Doesn't speak well for Brooklyn.
Got a rod on you?
Don't believe in him.
I do. I guess nobody's home.
Got a gimmick?
You're not thinking of forcing the lock, are you?
No, I leave that to you.
And now look, Mike.
Now, don't worry. If you get into trouble, I'll go halfies with you.
Okay.
How you coming?
There, got it now. Don't look like anybody's home.
No. Well, as long as we're here, we might...
Mike.
Huh?
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Someone really poured a lot of lead into this boy. You recognize him?
Sure. It's Giuliano. What are you doing?
Going through his pockets.
Find anything?
No, nothing but this scrap of paper. Larry Stratton, 14.
Hey, that's the character Giuliano hired me to find.
Well, now it looks as though he found Giuliano.
If you ask me...
No, you're not imagining things. I heard it, too. Gesundheit.
Coming from that closet.
Yeah.
Oh!
All right, come on out.
Stay away from me.
Well, if it isn't Miss Lowry.
You know her?
Sure, this is my client, Eve Lowry. Where'd you get that gun, Angel?
Never mind. The important thing is that I know how to use it. If you try to stop me...
You'll what?
Oh!
All right, Russell, get it.
Got it.
You hit me.
What did you expect me to do? Applaud while you gave a demonstration on the use of firearms? What are you doing here? Come on, Eve. In case you hadn't noticed, there's a dead body in this room.
All right, open up there. Come on, open up.
Mike,
Who is it?
Police.
Uh-oh.
You can open up, or do I have to break down this door?
Just a minute. Listen, Russell. I want you to take Eve out of here.
What?
You heard me through the fire escape.
What about you?
I'll stall them. Now, you drive back to Manhattan, see what you can learn about this Larry Stratton.
No.
Be quiet. You know what you're getting into, Mike.
I'll take my chances. Worst comes to worst, you can bring Eve down to local headquarters and we can straighten it all out.
Okay, come on, honey.
No.
Well, make up your mind, Angel. Do you go with him or do you stay here and face a murder act?
Hey, what's going on in there? Open up.
I'll go with him.
Well, hurry it up.
Lots of luck, Mike.
Same to you.
Well, what's going on here, wise guy? Why didn't you open that door?
I was busy.
Hey, who's that?
Man named Caesar Giuliano.
Huh? Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Did you gun him?
What do you think?
I think yes. Come on, Waring, I want you to try out our local jail. I think you'll love it.
Hey, let me out. Let me out. You can't hold me here.
Yeah, but we are, aren't we?
Well, there must be an answer to that.
So when you think of it, let me know.
Now, just a minute. I didn't kill Giuliano.
And who did?
I tell you, I don't know.
We're right back where we started.
Not quite. Giuliano died around 6 o'clock, didn't he?
How'd you know that?
I heard the coroner talking. Well, I didn't get to that room till after 9.
Suppose I told you a witness just turned up who says differently.
Then you'd be lying.
Okay. Hey, Bruce.
What is it, Mike?
Show the party in, will you?
Eve.
You recognize him, Miss Lowry?
Yes. He's a private detective named Mike Waring. I hired him this afternoon to handle a matter for me with Caesar Giuliano. I never dreamt he'd go as far as he did.
What are you talking about?
Murder, Mr. Waring. You killed Giuliano.
I what?
Now, don't try to deny it. I saw you do it. And let's see you get around that.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A couple of hours have passed since Eve Lowry identified Mike Waring as the man who killed Caesar Giuliano. Now, once again, the cell door opened.
Okay, Waring.
What do you want now?
That's no way to talk to a guy who's going to give you your freedom.
What?
Yeah? You can go whenever you like.
Is this your idea of a rib?
No. On the level.
No, I don't get it.
Hello, Mike.
Russell.
Sorry I'm late.
What happened?
Your client made a sucker out of me. When I got her into the car, she heisted my gun. I never figured on her doubling back here.
Did you let her go, officer?
Yeah, we had nothing on her. We figured you to be the killer.
Well, what convinced you otherwise?
Your friend Russell here. Now, why didn't you tell me that at 6 o'clock when Giuliano was shot, you and him were having a couple of beers at a joint?
Russell and
You remember, Mike. It was right before we went over to see Harriet and Nora.
Oh, Harriet and Nora, yeah. You didn't involve them.
I couldn't help myself.
No, I guess not. But the girls aren't going to like this.
No hard feelings, Waring?
No. None at all, officer. Let's go, Russell.
So long, Mike.
So long.
Well, that was quick thinking, chum.
Forget it. It was nothing.
That's no way to talk about my neck. If you'll pardon the pun, I'm awfully attached to it.
What do you intend to do now, Mike?
Go back to Manhattan and find Eve Lowry.
Any idea where?
Yeah. There are two parties involved in this mess. Eve Lowry and Larry Stratton. Now, wouldn't it be strange if they were connected?
What makes you think so?
Just a hunch. And when I'm in a spot like this, I play 'em. Because, brother, I've got no other choice.
Where's your grip, Larry?
It's under the bed here.
Want me to pack all your suits?
Well, I don't think you'll have room. I'll wear the chalk stripe. You can...
Larry?
Take it easy, honey. Who is it? Who is it?
Just us.
Mr. Waring.
Uh-huh. Well, that hunch was right, Mike.
What hunch?
I had an idea you two went together like ham and eggs.
Listen, Waring, I don't know what you want. But if you think Eve killed Giuliano, you're out of your mind. She didn't even know the man.
And why did she come to me with that cock and bull story?
She was trying to protect me.
Against what?
Look, I'm head cashier in a Washington bank. Giuliano's been after me to turn over to him the dates of large currency movements.
What was it, blackmail?
No.
Now, don't give me that. Otherwise, you would have gone to the police. What did he have on you?
Don't tell him, Larry.
What can I lose now, Eve? Giuliano found out that 10 years ago I served a term for manslaughter. I was drunk one night and I killed a man with my car. I served 2 years under another name.
And if the bank ever learned about you being an ex-con, you'd be minus a career, huh?
That's right.
Is that why she killed Giuliano?
I tell you she didn't.
Then who did?
I did.
Oh, you mustn't believe him, Mr. Waring. He's trying to protect me. I killed Giuliano.
She's lying.
It's no use, Larry. They're bound to find out sooner or later.
But you couldn't have done it because I did.
What do you think, Russell?
To cinch one of them's lying.
Ah, but which one?
She is. I don't believe
her. Wait, just a minute. As far as Giuliano is concerned, it's no great loss. He was a crook. But there's no reason why this has to go any further than this room.
What do you mean?
Well, Russell and I are fond of eating regularly. So, for $5,000, we walk out of here, forget we ever knew you. That okay with you, Denny?
I don't like it.
Oh, come on, give him a break. And $2,500 apiece isn't to be sneezed at.
Well, there's only one trouble with that, Waring.
Trouble?
I haven't got $5,000.
Oh. How about you, Eve?
I gave you my last $50.
Well, how much can you dig up?
Not more than a couple of hundred.
Oh, well, that puts a different complexion on things. What do you think, Russell?
I say we turn him over to the cops.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected. Every killer likes a fall guy handy.
What are you getting at?
Just what it sounded like, Russell. Didn't anyone ever tell you you can't get away with murder?
Really, Mr. Waring, I don't know how to thank you enough.
Well, maybe you let me give the little bride away.
You're not angry at me for involving you?
Nah. After all, Eve, you're a woman in love, and they're not very rational creatures.
Well, tell me, Mr. Waring, how did you figure out it was Danny Russell who killed Giuliano?
Oh, there were several things, Larry. First of all, Russell told me that Giuliano had a roll on him big enough to choke a horse. Yet when I went through Giuliano's pockets, all I found was a scrap of paper with your name on it. So, what happened to the money?
Well, obviously it was stolen.
That's right. So that opened up a new field. Suppose this was a plain, everyday murder for money.
But Larry or I might have taken it.
No, not very likely, Angel. That's why I offered to accept the bribe. I figured that if you two were willing to risk the chair for each other, a little thing like $5,000 wouldn't stop you. If you had it.
And when you heard the best we could scare up was a couple of hundred.
Then I knew I had to look elsewhere.
Well, what made you think of Russell?
Well, he got me out of jail by inventing an alibi for me. Something about a double date with a couple of girls named Harriet and Nora.
Oh, I don't understand.
Well, you see, by giving me an alibi, he also gave himself one at the same time, and he really needed it.
Oh.
Now, the truth of the matter is that at 6 o'clock when Giuliano was shot, I was still out cold in his apartment after he plugged me.
No wonder Russell made it so easy for me to escape from him.
Mm-hmm. But you know what gets me, Angel, is what you were doing in the closet where we found you.
Oh. Well, I drove out to see Giuliano hoping that if I pleaded with him, he wouldn't bother Larry anymore. When I got there, he was dead. Then when I heard you outside, I got panicky.
Mm-hmm. And down at headquarters when you accused me of the murder?
Well, that was for the same reason. I wanted to protect Larry.
Sure, I should have known. Well, good night, Larry. Take care of yourself, Angel.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Waring. Why rush off?
Well, this is all okay for you lovebirds, but I've got a lot of work to do.
At this time of night?
Mm-hmm. I've got a date with one of the most luscious redheads in New York.
You call that work?
And you've got to explain why you're 24 hours late, brother. It's nothing else but. Good night, folks.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner.
is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
Here's I, sweetheart.
Oh, worried to death. Just awful. Glass all over the floor, holes in the wall.
That was just business going on as usual during altercations, F.
Well, what was it all about, Sam?
They tried, Effie, just tried to pluck my feathers and cook my goose.
On Thanksgiving, too. How could they?
Oh, they were a mean lot.
Are you all right?
Hale and hearty, every giblet in place and not a feather ruffled. Did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
Oh, it was heavenly. Mama had a turkey dinner, sage dressing, cranberry sauce, candy jams.
Hard cider?
A little.
Come clean, Effie?
Well, I had 2 glasses. Everyone was there. Cousin Gertie, Dwight, Mrs. Flash. I was disappointed when you didn't show up, Sam. Did you have Thanksgiving dinner?
Sure.
Sam?
At the Helping Hand Rescue Mission, where there's plenty of free parking and never a cover charge. For further details, consult the report, which I will presently be bound to dictate on a pasty chronicle of foul play. The Terrified Turkey Caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Sam, hey!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
Having Thanksgiving dinner at a rescue mission, and Mama cooked it perfectly well.
Thank your mother for me, Ed. Tell her I'll be over to break wishbones with her tonight. And to atone for my social indifferences, here's a little something I brought for you.
Oh, Sam! You shouldn't have. It's beautiful. What is it?
A blunderbuss.
A blunder what?
Bus, as in step to the rear of.
Oh. Well, what does it do?
Shoot, Seth. It's a gun. Our founding fathers used it in foraging for feathered food when they settled this abundant continent.
And it's mine.
To do is what you will.
Where did you get it?
Pencil boy?
Yes, Sam. Who gave it to
Pad
you?
open?
Oh, yes, but I don't know.
Knees crossed?
Did you mean the founding fathers?
Don't peek. Date November 24th, 1950. To Detective Lieutenant I.C. Kelsey, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, Turkey. Dear Kelsey, this was a big week for the cranberry pickers, the butchers, the sage makers, and the stomach pill people. But for private detectives, it was strictly from hunger. My office door opened only twice a day, once to let me in and once to let me out. And when on Wednesday I heard a knock on the door, I went into a paroxysm of delight. Come in! Come in! Come in! Entrez-vous! Entrez-vous! Arise! When I ran out of languages, I got up from behind the desk, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing there was a small, middle-aged man with a pink, bald head. His blue serge suit needed pressing, and he was nervously fingering a strawberry birthmark under his left ear.
Mr. Samuel Spade?
I am.
May I have a moment?
You may have several, but not in the corridor. It's not in my lease.
Oh, I'll come in.
Good. Well?
You'll have to excuse me, Mr. Spade. I've had so few dealings with private detectives. I find it hard to begin. Oh, perhaps I shouldn't have come at all. Goodbye.
No, wait a minute. Maybe I can help you.
Well, you see, Oh, what's the use? You won't believe me. Nobody does. I'd really better...
Oh, now, wait. I'll believe you. All I ask is a chance. Now, let's start with your name.
Oh, what, my name?
Yes.
Yes, my name. To begin with, you won't believe that. Oh, but I can verify it. Yes, I can. It's on the registration book of the old Colony Hotel, in the 1943 phone book, and on my old driver's license.
Well, I'll have to know it before I can verify it.
Yes, of course you will. It's Tom.
Well, now that's not so hard to believe.
Oh, you haven't heard the rest of it. It's Tom Turkey. You see, I told you wouldn't believe it. I'd better go.
No, let me be the first to believe you. Now, Mr. Tom, what's your problem?
Oh, dear, that's even harder to explain.
Well, now that I don't believe. But take a breath and jump into it.
Yes. My name's Tom Turkey, and They're going to kill me for Thanksgiving.
Well, I had asked for it, and I had gotten it. And I sat back wondering who had gone to all the trouble to play this funny joke on me. I was looking at my hand to see if there was any itching powder on it where he'd shaken it when my phone rang. I lifted the receiver, swung around on my swivel, and gazed out onto the street. It was Al Cuccio calling, a private eye whose reputation was shadier than a mushroom cellar.
Hiya, Spady.
Al.
Haven't seen much of you lately, Spady. You have to get together.
Yeah, well, so long.
Wait, I'll tell you why I called. I've had a pest in my office, keeps coming back. Thinks he's a turkey somebody wants to dress. I brushed him, but your name came up, and I just wanted to warn you. He might be in to see you.
I'm confused, Al. I never knew you to turn your back on a buck.
Oh, I don't want any of this one. His buttons are loose. My advice to you is to bounce him.
Well, we've never traded advice before, Cuccio. Why now?
Well, after all, we're in the same racket. If we can't help each other...
Oh, sure, Al, sure. I appreciate it.
Give me a ring. We've got to get together sometime.
Yeah, when I get a free night, we'll Jimmy parking meters.
Yeah, we... Huh? Oh, yeah. Parking meters. I'll see you later, Spady.
I turned back to the desk, and what I saw in front of me was an empty chair. Tom Turkey had taken wing. I got up and walked to the window, and a minute later, I saw him come out of the building downstairs and start to cross the street. And then I saw something else. A large 4-ton truck was tearing down the street, picking up speed. Instinctively, I shouted a warning, and at the last second, Tom Turkey scrambled from in front of the truck and disappeared into the alleyway. The truck roared up the street, and on its side was printed in gold letters, "Haynes, you drive it." There was nothing to say it wasn't coincidence, this near mishap, but somehow I found myself intrigued and wanting to hear more of the little guy's story. He said the Old Colony Hotel. On the way, I stopped at the library, found an old 1943 phone book, and looked. He was listed. Thomas Turkey, it said. Out of curiosity, I rang the number.
Hello?
I wonder if you can help me. I'm inquiring about a Mr. Turkey.
Turkey. This ain't his number no more.
I know.
Haven't had any calls for him for years. Who's name?
Yeah, I know.
I knew a woman named Rabbit once. Mrs. Rabbit.
About Turkey, could you remember what he looked like?
I don't. Hey, Manny, what Turkey look like?
Huh? Oh.
Yeah. Small man, around 50. Nice fellow, Manny says.
Strawberry under his left ear?
Strawberry under his left ear, Manny? Yeah, strawberry under his left ear.
Well, thank you, madam, for your information, and thanks to Manny.
Well, you're welcome, but I don't know what you're going to do with it. Old man Turkey's dead. Been dead for years.
Curiouser and curiouser, I thought. They had described the man who came to my office 20 minutes ago, and now he'd been dead for years. I continued on to the Old Colony Hotel. Room, 75 cents, it said. Tom's room is 114.
Who is it?
Sam Spade.
Oh, come in, Mr. Spade. I'm sorry I ran away. I didn't think you really believed me.
Well, I'm not sure I do yet. Tell me, was that truck an accident?
Oh, I don't think so, no. They made 3 attempts before to kill me. Somebody tried to push me in front of a train, and then a wheelchair full of cement dropped off a building and just missed me, and then I was shot at.
Well, who are they, and why would they want to kill you?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Look, let's tack.
Tack?
Tack. I dialed your old phone number, and the people who answered said you're dead.
Oh, a lot of people think I'm dead.
Yeah. Look, do you still want me to work for you?
Oh, yes, please.
Well, you'll have to tell me more, then. I can't...
I guess I'd better tell you everything. Oh, it's hard to talk about, Mr. Spade. It's not easy to admit to someone you've been a foolish man. You see, I just turned 50. I was quite tired of the life I'd led. Proper, dull, and unfruitful, except in money. My business was worrying, and so was my wife, Henrietta.
This has a traditional ring.
Anyway, to make it short, I decided to run away. One day I drove to work. I parked my car in the middle of the Bay Bridge where the suicide note left it and disappeared.
Where did you go?
Oh, all over the world. I took a job on a boat. I did. On a boat. And then I settled in Sao Paulo, Brazil, under another name.
Now you're back. Why?
Maybe I got lonely. Maybe I got wiser. Maybe I felt I paid enough for my mistakes. Let's just say I'm back. I want to be with Henrietta.
Have you seen her?
I checked into this hotel and wrote her a letter saying I wasn't dead. I was back in San Francisco, and I wanted to come back to her if she still would have me. But I told her I wouldn't bother her unless she wanted to see me, that she could contact me here. That was a week ago.
And you haven't heard from her?
No, and almost right away these attempts on my life began.
I see. All right, what's her address?
3118 Monroe. Oh, she's taken her maiden name again. Black. Henrietta Black.
Come on, let's go.
No, I'm not going to see her until she asks me.
Well, look, you're going to my apartment. Nobody will bother you there.
And you're going to see Henrietta?
That's right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spade. You do believe me. I think I'm really ready to face the world again now.
I deposited Tom in my apartment with instructions to open the door for no one but me, and then I proceeded to 3118 Monroe in a high-rent district. I was ushered through a comely portico by a Japanese maid who told me to wait in a study heavy with mahogany. In a moment, two people came in. The woman wore a black dress, silver pendant, flat shoes, and a complexion the color of apple meat. She was Miss Henrietta Black and/or Mrs. Tom Turkey. The man turned out to be Leander Luce, the lady's attorney, business manager, and canasta partner.
You say you have something important to discuss with me, Mr. Spade.
I do?
I hope you don't mind my asking Mr. Luce to be here.
Not at all.
Well,
Mrs. Turkey, I just talked to your husband, Tom.
Mr. Spade, if you please.
I say something?
a rather feeble attempt at comedy, Mr. Spade.
Well, I wasn't trying for a laugh. You are Mrs. Turkey, aren't you?
I was.
You undoubtedly still are.
I'd expected to hear another one of these cruel jokes about my name.
At Thanksgiving time, Mr. Spade, someone was always going to stuff Tom, baste him, dress him, slice him.
This season, they're going to kill him.
They are not going to kill him. He is already dead.
He's not dead, Mrs. Turkey, and you should not.
I should.
Yes, he sent you a letter saying he was back in San Francisco and wanted to see you.
Mr. Spade, this has gone absolutely far enough.
Not quite. What about the letter?
I know of no such letter.
I see. Well, thank you for your time. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Oh, you used bad judgment in coming in the first place.
Yes, maybe you're right. There was falsehood in this someplace, Lieutenant, and it stuck out like a fat girl in slack. The only thing to do was to go back to my apartment, get Tom Turkey, and confront Mrs. T with her husband in the flesh. But when I got back to my apartment building, I spotted in rapid succession, 1, an ambulance, 2, a police car, and upstairs, outside my half-opened apartment door, I spotted 3, you.
I've been expecting you.
What's going on, Kelsey?
Yeah, serious, Sam, serious.
Who's that bald-headed man moving around the apartment?
That's McCracken, the new medical examiner. Checking a stiff on your rug.
I stepped around you, Lieutenant, and pushed the door all the way open. I saw McCracken kneeling over the body and a couple of men from homicide taking photos. I moved into the room feeling nothing good. A little guy had given me a job, and while I was yakking with his wife, somebody got to him. And in my apartment, where I'd stashed him. McCracken stood up, and I looked down at the body. Then I looked again. Who I saw wasn't Tom Turkey at all. It was the late private eye, Al Kuchel. You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. You Friday fans of Sam Spade, there's mystery on Saturday evening, too, on NBC. Tomorrow, the man called X sets out on another mission of danger and intrigue in some far-off corner of the earth. Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X, a man without a name who travels the world over protecting his country's interests. He lives by his wits, and his business is danger. He is the man called X, tomorrow over most NBC stations. For Top Sunday listening, it's another broadcast of The Big Show on NBC. This Sunday, your stars include Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Mindy Carson, Ed Archie Gardner, Ed Wynn, and many, many more. And Tallulah is your MC as usual. This Sunday, it's The Big Show on NBC. And now back to the terrified turkey caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. While the men from homicide were taking pictures, etc., you and I, Lieutenant, were going round and round on the question, if I didn't kill the man found in my room, who did? And you were sufficiently impressed with my insult, Chelsea, not to hold me for the murder. We bowed to each other, and I left. Thinking back to the truck that had almost run Turkey down, I went to the Haynes U Drive truck rental garage.
What do you want?
I'm a detective. Could you give me a list of names for everybody who rented a truck from you during the past few days?
Sure.
He handed me a big registration book, and I read every name for the past week. For the first 5 days, they all seemed to be nice, normal, abnormal names. And then, under the rentals for the day before, was the name of John Smith. John had given his address as 7200 Kearney. And I happen to know that Kearney only goes up to 2000. The dispatcher said that Smith had returned the truck about 3 hours before. And he remembered him as an ugly, heavy-set, and rough-voiced character who looked like an ex-longshoreman. They had already washed the truck, so the fingerprints were all out up.
Well, Mr. Spade again.
Look, I'd like to speak with Miss Black, if you don't mind.
Come in. Come in.
Thank you.
This way, into the den.
Right.
Well, I was sure you'd look into this affair a little more and realize that it was just a blind alley. A hoax of some kind.
Where's Miss Black?
Oh, she's upstairs, lying down. The whole affair has upset her, and she asked not to be disturbed. I think the wisest course of action for you, Mr. Spade, is just to let the matter drop.
You can't let a murder just drop, Mr. Lewis. The police wouldn't hear of it.
Huh? Murder? Who?
An untracked private detective named Al Cuccio.
Well, what does this have to do with Henrietta Black?
Al Cuccio called me earlier today and said that Tom Turkey was a crackpot, a little man with delusions. He tried to top me off taking his case.
He sounds like a perceiving man.
Well, he didn't perceive ending up in my apartment with a bullet in his head.
Well, that's too bad, but I still...
I left Tom Turkey in my apartment for safekeeping, and when I returned, he was gone and Cuccio was dead.
Well, that explains itself, obviously. This detective knew that Tom Turkey was a phony, and Turkey killed him.
It can figure that way, and a number of other ways.
Mr. Spade, I have no desire to sit here trading subtleties with you. As yet, no one has demonstrated that the real Tom Turkey actually exists, alive. Now, until you do have something more concrete and less mythological, Miss Black requests that you do not come around opening up old wounds.
You've made an eloquent point. Just tell me one thing.
If I can.
When did Tom Turkey disappear? I mean, what month, what day?
It was, 1943, November. But I'm not sure of the exact day. I think it was in the 3rd week.
Could it have been on Thanksgiving?
Very possibly, very possibly.
I returned thoughtfully to my office and did a little rapid mental arithmetic and came up with the number 7. From November 23rd, 1943 to November 23rd, 1950 was 7 years to the day. And I pondered this. What did the number 7 mean to the life or death of Tom Turkey? I had just hit upon the answer and was crying Eureka when my office door opened, unlocked, and a visitor came in unannounced. He was ugly, heavy-set, and looked like an ex-longshoreman. I waited to see if the voice checked.
You, Spade?
Who shall I say is calling?
Yeah, Captain John Smith. And here's my calling card.
The first bullet grazed my shoulder and tore the padding out of my coat. The second bullet hit the water cooler and it crashed over, water and all on top of me. Where the third bullet hit, I wasn't sure at the time because darkness came rushing through my head like a freight train. When I opened my eyes again, I expected to see St. Peter checking my ID card. But all I saw were the dust balls under my desk and a fly bathing himself in a pool of water spreading slowly over the floor. There was blood on my hand, but it came from a glass cut. I was in shambles, but alive. Captain John Smith had shoved off, obviously thinking his bullets had done their work.
Homicide, Lieutenant Kelsey.
Sam, Kelsey, have you found anything more about Tom Turkey?
Nothing, Sam. Frankly, I'm beginning to wonder if there is such a guy.
Well, clever, Kelsey. A few minutes ago, a gorilla by the name, believe it or not, of Captain John Smith just tried to kill me in my office.
Oh, go on, Sam. I find it hard to think.
You find it hard to think, period.
Really, Sam? Did you get him?
No, but my office is a wreck, and there's a hole blasted in my wall big enough to put a basketball in.
Well, what did he use, a bazooka?
I figured dum-dum bullets.
Dum-dum? Well, that's illegal, ain't it?
Kelsey, doesn't it strike you as significant that every attempt on Turkey's life has been vicious, as if someone not only wanted to kill him, but also mutilate him?
Yeah, now that you mention it. Somebody probably wanted to make identification difficult.
Even dead, they didn't want anybody to know who he was. Now, listen carefully, Kelsey. This is real deep. Tom Turkey disappeared on Thanksgiving of 1943. A person has to be missing 7 years before he can be legally dead and his insurance collected. Now, if someone had Turkey insured, they could collect the day after this Thanksgiving, if Turkey didn't show up before.
You mean Somebody's trying to kill him for the insurance.
I would say so, Kelsey. I would say so. Now hurry up and find him. When I put down the phone, I heard a heavy pounding. For a minute, I thought it was in my head, until I turned to face the door, and standing there was a small pilgrim with bandy legs in black stockings, pantaloons, white-collared coat, and stovepipe hat.
Hallelujah.
He wore silver buckles, and what he was pounding on the floor was an 18th century blunderbuss.
Hallelujah. Have I got the right place?
Oh, offhand, I'd say so. If you're looking for Captain John Smith, he just left. Pocahontas is expected any minute.
Now, don't you go trying to confuse me. I'm too thirsty.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm looking for a fellow named Dan, oh, I'm so thirsty I forgot.
Sam Spade?
That's it. Yes.